What's up, Tank? Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. All right. Say, it's a couple of things that I want to talk about this evening. Me and him, we're going to talk. Hold on. Back in the back in the back. Yeah, baby. All right. What's up, ladies? Merca, Bella, Channel Surfer, Grammy, Denise, Rhonda. What's up, baby? You know what I'm saying? Casey K, Diana. Hey, baby. Poetic Justice, Jodi, beautifully broken. Kasha. Yogi, hey, baby. New Orleans lady. What's up, ladies? So, Lily Rochelle, thank you so much for becoming a returning member this evening, baby. It means the fucking world to me, baby. All right, Days sent us over from her. Whoa, Days was live? Man, I didn't even look. I just jumped on the internet, man. That was so in country, funky inches of me. Hippie Grandma, hey, Jax. Survivors, hey, Yanni. Monica, what's up, baby? Baton Rouge, what's up, baby? Bama fan, what's up? Hey, Jenny. So we're gonna have a special guest for a little while tonight. Maybe have several, depending on how the night trans. Deets, you, my friend. If anyone here is not, see, I'm gonna actually be using a couple of Deets clips tonight because she is one of the greatest in the whole wide fucking world. So Deets, ooh wee, putting in more work than an active gang member out here. You understand me? Check it out. So, if you're not subscribed to Deets on the streets, I don't know what it is you're doing with your life, baby. You understand me? You need to get your shit together. Hold on. Please go subscribe to Deets on the Streets now. ASAP. Okay. Hey, homegirl, what's up, baby? Kira, what's up, beautiful? I don't know you're a she. And I don't. So you're probably a whole gang of people, actually. I think it's probably 6 or 8 of you. Deets, plural. It's probably a whole family of Deets. Whatever the case is, you're doing the damn thing. And you're doing it in fine fashion. But somebody around here got one of those V6 Mustangs. It does not sound fast. Okay. All right. So, as we all know, we've got the old oh yeah. So I'm really taking on the Eileen Wernos theme. It really stuck. So as you can see, she is our new logo for tonight. She is our backdrop for tonight. Here we've got her she's just everywhere. We're really bringing the spirit of the Wernos back. You're welcome, Deets. Casey K, thank you for becoming a returning member, baby. It means the world to me. I got the little bit of the stutters because I ain't really took my medicine in about 30, 40 minutes. So, Sarah Lee, what's up, baby? Brent Montgomery, what's up, baby? All right. Again, if you guys are not subscribed to Deets, please go subscribe now. I will be spamming the chat with their link for those. As you can see, this is the Blood Money channel. We do. Hey, Don, how you doing, baby? Aries Fires, good to see you, baby. We do have Blues Clues. Brooke, thank you so much for becoming a member this evening, baby. You know means the fucking world to me, baby. We do have memberships available here for those who would like to purchase them. And we do appreciate every single person that becomes a member, whether it's on both channels or on one channel. Sub to Deets. Thank you so much, America. Again, here is Deets. We're gonna spam that chat a little bit more with Deets. As soon as Days pops up, I know she's working. We will get her in the Mizak too. So, what I want to go through right now is Tales from the Southern Driveway. Okay, so we've got it's the reading rainbow. Hell yeah, we got all the spectrum of colors of cars and trucks and all kind of shit. Dusty, maybe not having a clear coat. We got a little bit of something of everything. Okay. So, in Deets from the Streets, this was published about 18 hours ago on the 3rd. We're gonna talk about this for a minute. Now, maybe before I do this, I should play the other video. The other video entails a pretty graphic, tragic story that has to do with the poor Reaper. Now, if anyone doesn't really know the backstory of the Reaper, he sustained quite the injury to the head, at which time he met an untimely demise. Now, with the untimely demise, you would have thought it would have been a pretty closed group of people that would have even known where the dog's burial spot was, unless it's in some public. I don't know. Is it right next to the road with a huge cross? Who knows? My point is that this woman claims somebody came and exhumed her dead dog and used the dead dog's toy, which I find it very, very sentimental, almost empathetic. That's even a fucking word. That they would even bury a dog they didn't feed or water well with his favorite toy. Maybe it's not even his favorite toy. Maybe it's one of the toys of his victims. Hard to say. However, Deets on the Streets. I'm loving the fact that you got ads running here, baby. Fizzle, thank you so much for becoming a dual supporter. Yo fucking membership means the world to me, Queen. You know it does. Looking at it. All right. Now, this is a very serious situation, right? Dazed and fucking confused. If you are not subscribed to Dazed and Confused, I'm going to ask that you rush right over. Now, when you put in Dazed, it's DAZED with the and mark space confused, right? Please rush right over there. We trying to get this queen. We trying to get her all the way up too. All right. So it's Dazed and Confused. See, you got to do it the right way, Benny. There it goes. What? So I will just do that. Summer Wells. And it's going to pop up. Dazed and confused. Wow, look at those numbers just grow and grow. That is a beautiful thing. I love to see that. So this is Dazed and Confused. Dazed and Confused. Please go subscribe. Fucking immediately. All right, here we go. This is Deets from the Streets.
I'm gonna tell you some fucked up shit, though. Yeah.
Oh, there's more. Get some extra fucked up shit. This is surplus. They call this surplus fuckery. Innocent until proven guilty. Thank you for becoming a dual supporter, Queen. You know it means the fucking world to me, baby. I love you.
So this morning I'm out Battery and I walk over to a certain place.
Walks to a certain place, so not far. You would think that, Deets, but with all the damn creek walking we know this lady is capable of doing in a short period of fucking time, she may be as fit as her mom. Hard to say.
Yeah, and like I say, there's a lot of things, we keep to ourselves, and there's a lot of shit I do not say, especially about
Quit lying. You say everything.
what we're actually going through here on the ground, as it lines up with other shit here, and blah, 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 and
Blah, blah, blah.
etc. Now, look, before the cams got, and others were, that's the only time I can think this would have taken place, and I have
Allegedly, recently put up new cams, didn't catch the fucking fuckery.
I have pictures just not too long ago of there because of other events. And I know this thing was not there. Okay. I know it wasn't. Facts. So,
Kira.
I'm near it today, this morning, quite early. It's,
Kira, thank you for becoming a member, baby. You know it means the fucking world to me, queen. Thank you so much, baby. I love you, baby. Venomous Chicken. Thank you for becoming a dual supporter, baby. You know it means the fucking world to us, baby. Love you, sweetie.
I have birds all the fuck over me. I'm not real happy.
You talk like you got a mouthful of them.
And there were others with me, and they know too that this thing was not there, and it immediately stopped them in their tracks. I'm like,
stopped her in her tracks. Where have we heard that before? Well, we know where. Jen Lu, thank you for joining us tonight, lovely. Love you, Kira.
All right. And then the wind blows on, and you catch the scent of death. Right? I'm just overwhelming.
The wind blew, and you catch the scent of death.
Takes your fucking breath away. Now, y'all, somebody decided at some point, I guess they thought it probably would have noticed this immediately in the time period they put it in, right? Which I can about estimate because we have pictures. Yeah, anyway.
She's got pictures.
So somebody thought of a good idea to, looks like dig up one of our pets.
Holy shit. Dig up one of the pets. I'm going to have to put one together. We going gelato or we going runts? Let me flip this back right quick. There, how's that? Yogi, thank you so much for your contribution this evening, queen. You know it means the fucking world to me, baby. Thank you so much. So, yeah, we got to get ready, homegirl. This is Piper. What's up, baby? Always gelato. Oop, I grabbed the runts. Let me get with the gelato then. I think I got the gelato cake. Well, that shit is colorful as the fuck. Hold on, where'd it go? There it is. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Now, while I'm putting one under construction, let's talk about it. So we're talking about a bull mastiff here. Now, I was talking with our special guest a little bit earlier before, and we were talking about the breed of this dog. It's a bull mastiff. We were also talking about the fact that this dog seemed to be a little unsettled around people he didn't know, even animals he didn't know. Who? So, knowing that, you could potentially deduce down quite a troubling situation. Nicole, thank you so much for becoming a dual supporter queen. You know it means the world to me, beautiful. And when I say beautiful, I fucking mean it. So, you've got this issue, right, with this bull mastiff. Not just anybody, love you, beautiful. Not just anybody can walk up on this dog, right? Think about it. This Joker is an attack dog, right? You're not just finna walk up on this dog. It's the fact that he's on a chain. He's not a nice guy. So I was telling my special guest, I said, special guest, I would not walk up on that dog even with a ball bat. Like if it should just go sour and that dog should just so happen to grab a hold to you, even with the ball bat, it's not enough room. You would need like an 8-foot ball bat to come fuck with this dog. So somebody was capable of getting close enough to the dog. Now, the interesting part about this is it's a two-part deal, right? So somebody was able, like, she got the dog because he's a great watchdog, right? So some kind of way, somebody was able to get close enough to the dog to split him right to the white meat, okay? Split him all the way down the middle, right? Nobody never heard nothing for 2 days. By the time Jodi Stool got back to her dog, the dog had fly larvae. The dog had maggots in the cut on his head. Let's just keep it real. All right? Let's just fucking keep it real. So, who the fuck felt confident enough to get next to this dog to hit him with some shit directly in the face? Who? My contention is that allegedly it would have had to have been somebody that knew the dog that would, first feel comfortable that, listen, Brittany, thank you so much for becoming a member of this, baby. Welcome to Troll. What? Thank you so much for becoming a member this evening, baby. You know it means the world to me, baby. Yeah, sorry, that knocked me out my box just a little bit. Here to Troll. So, we've got the issue with the dog. Who felt comfortable enough to get next to this dog to bash it on the head? My contention is that it had to have been somebody that knew the dog. Now, the other contention is that because she lives her life in complete secrecy, other than everything she puts on YouTube, who would know where the dog was even buried at? Right? Now, mind you, she just got a new high-tech security camera off the back of Summer Wells. I mean, because without a story of Summer Wells, who is Jodi Stool? She'd be nobody, right? I mean, she's still nobody. Hold on, let me get this show on the road. So you got an issue with the dog, right? I mean, Jodi Stool. Who was it then? Who started this shit? And this is the interesting part, Jodi. Is the same person that cracked the dog down the center of his head? Is that the same person that went back and exhumed his body? What do you think they're going to do with your stolen dead dog, Jodi? They're going to make a wallet and a set of boots out of him? What do you think's going to happen? Jeez. I tell you. Hold on. I'm spilling this shit all over the place. That's what I get for being greedy. Aries Fires, thank you so much for becoming a fucking member this evening, baby. You know it means the world to me, Fizzle. Oh, there's Bitch Clips. Hey, Bitch Clips, good job getting that video earlier. Yeah. I'm actually gonna I got a new microphone coming tomorrow. I got a studio quality microphone coming tomorrow. So I'm gonna start probably working on a beat for the big catatonic. We're gonna take this thing mainstream. I'll probably make an all original beat and then I'll go to publishing and we'll try to really exploit Jodi Sue with some record sales. I'm pretty sure I could probably sell 1,000 singles. You know, I could probably make $1,000 off of Jodi Sue. I would feel pretty comfortable with making at least 1,000 off of Jodi. Hell yeah. Hold on, I'm almost through. I gotta find a ramrod for this big ass rifle. Gotta find a ramrod. There's one. So, Jodi Stool, you got some explaining to do with this damn dog. For sure. A pretty traumatic situation you got going on there. Doesn't seem very safe either. All right. put this shit in the house. All right. Here we go, EO.
And take their fucking toy and tighten the doorway on one of the properties. And I gotta tell you, of all things that happen, it's one of the more what the fuck moments I've had.
This bitch thinks she's so important that somebody would prefer to walk away smelling like a dead dog to prove a point to this one. Holy shit. You're a liar. Reaper is X.
And they tied it to a vine.
Screenshot Mafia. Crimes have consequences. Thank you so much for becoming a dual supporter, baby. You know means a fucking world to me, baby. There it is right there, Tiffany. There it is right there. She says, oh, for fuck's sake. That's the toy right there. She said they tied it to a vine. Can you believe that shit? In real life, Tiffany. Tied it to a fucking vine. Oh, my God.
See that?
Maybe they brought their own rope. I don't know. Or was that rope already associated to the toy? Looks pretty clean to have been underground, too, I might say. Holy shit.
That ain't grown in. That's tied the fuck up.
It's a fake rope. No one would think it's grown in. Survivors with Stories with Yanni. Thank you so much for becoming a lurker, baby. It means the world to me.
Like human hands.
Damn, Philzy, you fucked me up with the names of these things. I see lurker, here to troll. Shit. Sounds like a damn peeping Tom, don't it, Jodi?
And then they decided to brightly color it with a can of
Whoa ho! Thank you for becoming a dual supporter, baby. You know it means the fucking world to me, baby. You're welcome, Miss Lauren. You're welcome, beautiful. Diana, thank you so much for becoming a dual supporter, queen. You know it means the fucking world to me, baby.
paint that I had. It was brand new.
Dutchy, thank you so much for becoming a dual supporter, baby. You know it means the fucking world to me, queen.
From Ben Hill to here. And I was sitting here. I was going to use it for my beach-looking trailer trash tires that I really like. Other people think cheesy, but they're fun in the driveway. Still, it's Ben Hill. Or they were anyway. It's been a while. But the spray paint was there.
She thinks, no. She's somebody, Piper. This bitch says somebody took the dog. Yes. She says somebody exhumed her dog, took him, and hung the toy up with a rope. It's not a fake. It's not fake rope. No. I understood what you were talking about. Lauren, thank you so much for becoming a member, a dual member at that, baby. Thank you, beautiful. It means the world to me, queen.
And had it here, and my brother wanted it to do something with. But
look, she's smelling her finger. Did she?
But the spray paint.
She is. Ding 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 ding. Good job. Very good job, Beyond.
And had it here, and my brother.
Did you see her? She took a big whiff before she put it down. Watch. She's psychotic by virtue of smells.
They were anyway.
Watch. Good job.
But the spray paint.
Watch. See, she just breathed in heavily, took a big old whiff of her stanky finger.
And my brother wanted it to do something with, but he passed, never got the chance to do that, and so it's sitting here. Now it's not, and they have used that bright colored paint on this, I guess, to make sure I knew it. You know, I would see it.
I zoomed in on all pics. I don't see any paint. Who knows? Yeah, bright colored, invisible paint. Deets.
Spotted for close. But yeah, I've not taken it down yet.
She hasn't taken it down. You better take some fucking gloves with you. Oh, thank you, Wohall. Thank you. Thank you so much, beautiful. Stephanie got a membership. Let's see. Ooh, who else got a membership? Ash B, Cotton Candy, Whistle While You Lurk, Jess. Girl, we love you, baby. Thank you, Wohall. You the best, baby. Spoiled Rotten, thank you for becoming a dual supporter, queen. You know it means the fucking world to me. That is so awesome. That's the first time I ever seen that. That is so nice of you. That is cool. How do you gift memberships? Can you only do that on the computer or? Good question. Yo, main girl. Well, I remember there being a mean dog, Andy. I always had the thought maybe possibly it could have attacked S and they could have K'd it. Ooh wee. You didn't even turn it on? Wow. Well, thank you, ladies. I hope you enjoy yourselves.
Taking on baths to get the reek of death off of me. And let me tell you that it's bad. It's horrendous. And then I went.
Take it down right before your monthly bath. Oh, shit. I can gift on my tablet, not my phone. Must be a beta issue.
They have dug up one of our pets and taken this. And that pet is not here on this property.
So they stole the dead pet and hung up his toy. Yeah, this is believable as fuck.
Anywhere close, so others possibly watching need to be aware of it. But that pet is not here. And that pet is, yeah. So.
That pit. The dog was a mastiff, right? It wasn't a pit. So is she talking about a pit in the ground? Jess, thank you so much for your contribution this evening, queen. You know it means the fucking world to me. She said, mad love to you, B. Your chat has always been my favorite. Thank you, beautiful. Man, you been here for a long time supporting us, too, and we sure appreciate you, baby. We love you, Jess.
All I can tell you is that it's been a certain period I know this popped up, and I picture proven.
She said her pet, Benny. Okay.
So I need to be aware of it. But that pet is not here. And that pet is... Yeah.
Pet.
So,
I'm willing to buy
all I can tell you is that it's been a certain period I know this popped up, and I picture proven it was up there. And this was located by somebody else prior to myself. So nobody can say that not there anybody fingerprint my because I ain't letting it on it. And I hope whoever did last, I don't know, they had to take 6 baths, I'm sure of it, but I hope somewhere in that spray paint and everything else they left something behind. Right? Yeah, you can probably tell, but
if you called LE with this, we can check that, don't you? Oh yeah, we could FOIA that call. For sure.
So
Duchess, thank you so much for gifting 5 Blood Money Benny Keys memberships. We've had 10 memberships given away this evening. It's a beautiful fucking thing. Like, Dutchie, I love you, baby. Mama Styles got one. Jen Lou got one. Deets got one. Karen got one. Cat's Eye got one. Wow. Let's see here. Grammy was gifted one. Clarissa got one. Beach Bum got one. Hurricane got one. Damn, Lauren. Ooh, Tiffany Marie, thank you so much for becoming a dual supporter queen. You know, he's the fucking word to me, baby. And let me just get right. Let me cut right to the fucking chase. Tiffany Marie is going to be our special guest this evening. Tiffany Marie, welcome to join us whenever you want, beautiful. Anyone else after I speak with Tiffany? I would like to open up the situationship to anyone else that'd like to come up and lend an opinion. We're gonna move away from the blue dog thing. Hey, Mama Mia, let me do my little situation with Tiffany, and then I'll open it up for everybody to come up. Okay? Thank you, baby. Dazed and Confused, thank you so much for becoming a lurker, baby. You know means the fucking world to me, baby. Okay, so what I want to do is we're going to, I think we get the gist, right? Somebody came over, stole her dog, hung the toy up. It's a massive version. Um, please show folks where they can get a free calendar. Oh, the free calendar. Yes. If you guys would like to get a free calendar, you can visit Fizzle's channel. Fizzle has, oops, that's not what we wanted. Um, Fizzle has calendars. I'm not really sure of uh, everything involved. Lila, thank you so much for becoming a member, baby. You know means the fucking world to me, queen. Um, Thank you so much, Brutiful. Valkyrie, what's up, baby? Fizzle. We've got these beautiful calendars that are going to be available. She's put the design together. But these motherfuckers, these are the shit. Look at this. Look at that. The fuck do you mean? Anybody who needs an October calendar, get yourself set up. Love you too, baby. Get yourself set up. It's the puzzler. It's the Jodi stool, right? Nah, I gotta give it to you. I gotta give it to Fizzle, man. She putting together some shit today. Let me show you what else she put together. And it hit me the wrong way, right upside of both sides of my head. She was like, she sent me this picture. This one right here. She was like, when you order Leanne Rhymes from Wish. Oh, Jesus. And I was like, are you serious? Hold on. So I had to come over here. Hey, girl, you goddamn right. It's the holler Leanne. Look at the resemblance. Hey, Jodi Stool, how the fuck you gonna put a filter on only one picture? What the fuck? Ah, shit. Don't you go getting sexy on us. She trying to fuck with that. She trying to fuck with that forehead, y'all. She playing games with. What the hell is on your arm right here? What the fuck is that? Is that a dog turd? That looks just like a fucking piece of chihuahua shit. Is that some more of that registered sexual offender art? Forehead nipple. Oh, shit. Jesus. Hell yeah, you know behind her ears stank. Both of them mother. Behind her ears smell like a belly button. Do I know where Andy's dog went? With him, I think. I don't know. All right. While we're waiting on Tiffany, we'll listen to the rest of this bullshit story.
That's somebody fucking.
Hell yeah, that fucking mole's got a name. Hell you mean?
That shit.
Know what I noticed? It doesn't look like it was buried in dirt for a long time. Fucking A. Looks like you found it in your garage when you were trespassing on the Bernard's property over there at fucking 125 Ben Hill Road looking ass.
And you can see by the... Anyway, so yeah, there you go. Yeah.
She ain't finna cry in the car, though. Hell no, I wouldn't even leave my dog's collar with her. Fuck you mean? She'll kill that some kind of way.
Yep, it sure is. It sure is, Todd. And we only had that doorway open because a possum kept getting there. Right?
You keep saying we. You got a mouse in your pocket, bitch? You don't own none of that shit. We. The fuck, you French? We. Let's hear the spin now that we have the setup.
And it was breaking shit, and it wouldn't come out. And so we left the door of this place open, and then a deer got in there. Right? And because the deer recently just kind of went on about its way and hadn't been saying, but then there's I'm there, so we just hadn't, and it's protected anyway, so I just hadn't overshut anything up. And I hadn't paid attention. That's the most nights I'm over. There's some point there, but I just...
Hell yeah, she probably allegedly whacked her own dog and then buried him and dug his ass up again. She be stealing, that's why she got locked out. They have to poop on a bucket.
But there's definitely a certain set of dates this could have happened.
The scratch and sniff calendar. Hell yeah, you scratch behind her ear and it smells like a foot.
A lot of space, but yeah. And the thing is, where this spot looks onto is a little fucking creepy because it means that potentially some of the things we've been here coming on are a possum, at least at that point, because the days this could have happened.
Maybe it's a possum with a shovel.
There was lots of noise, but I kept taking us because of...
I feel like we've heard this story back on 125 before too. Yeah.
The possum and the deer and shit around the dates that this could have happened. It also happened, the reason we added other security measures around because...
you lying motherfucker.
When I was here in the middle of the night, I had what was like...
She's a mumble rapper. Hell yeah. I got...
Imagine footsteps happening as we were going back and forth throughout not other places.
I and my mole. Bitch, you ain't shit. Hell yeah, you know Pickle's got a number on his ass. Hell yeah. Shit, look. You guys ever seen Final Destination? Look. I'm going to make you a Final Destination. Except it's sort of shaped like a penis. So you got Pickles in this seat, Reaper in this seat, Barb and Mike, they already jumped out. Let's see. The snake, Jodi's mom's dog, and then Andy's dog. So it already started at Reaper, and it went out into the middle of the aisle, and it hooked back, and it got Mike and Barb. So right now it looks a little something like this. See? Yeah. It's like a D formation. It's like an out route. Right? So here's Reaper, and then the real Reaper got Reaper and came out into the aisle and then circled back around and hit the back door and got Mike and Barb. So all the rest of the animals, well, now the snake is fucking out of bounds too, ain't he? So then it hooked back around after it got Mike and Barb and it jumped over, and this is the snake right here. So it X the fucking snake out too. So really we got like a TD. See? That's what it's kind of looking like. Yeah, Chattanooga's okay. This is only the animals so far. We're only going as far as animals right now. Evacuation route. Now, that's a funny thing, Kiko. On this plane, there is no exit door. Hell yeah. Fucking right. Oh, wait.
And,
Wait. Did she just say watching for footsteps?
As we were going back and forth throughout
Matching footsteps.
the places. And then as we were, there was like a second type of difference.
All she needs to do now is start chewing tobacco. She does. You just can't see it. She holds it in her left upper eyelid.
We came from one spot.
She's got a big old wad of that shit in her eyelid.
And then went right back to it just a minute or two later. And an important and well-used and known item that belonged to my brother was placed directly in our paths,
Really?
where we could not go back through where we had just traveled, and it was still rocking. So sometimes, the period that this could have happened, so that's why a lot of extras have been put up everywhere at this point. But as you can see,
Fizzle said she chews tobacco with her armpit mouth. It also doubles for an armpit vagina too. Don't get that mixed up. Oh, can you imagine Jodi Sue chewing tobacco with her vagina? Jesus. I mean, I think we're all pretty sure it's got teeth, but Jesus. It's got a jawbone and a mandible. And he said that kitty licked him back. Hey, yeah, she got a vagina with a fucking tongue.
it's definitely fucking tied.
Oh, yeah, that's a sophisticated fucking knot. Is that a fucking lizard right there? Is that an anole? Look, it looks like a lizard gripping the fuck out of that stick. Oh, shit. That's sophisticated knot as fuck.
And yeah, once you're close to this place and that, I mean, that's one of the first things that hit me was the smell of death. It was not. Yeah.
They used his toy to terrorize her.
Miss it. And if you know, there's different smells between animal and human decomp and things, but yeah.
Who do you think did it, Jodi?
It was immediately apparent that it was animal and it was not fresh. That it was old scent, so.
Mike, get off my laptop. I'll never forget that I said she has a guy over there.
I guess it's not to scare me or freak me out, but.
Jesus, scared to think of something.
And it has kind of been on everybody else. Me personally, yeah. I know what a motherfucker did that. Take 903 baths, right? Yeah,
she swallowed it. Her half senses terrorized me. Me too.
I think yes. Is it just one of the usuals, or is it?
I think Tiffany's here. Okay. Everybody, get your shit together here. Tiffany.
Hey.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I am well. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. It's so nice to see Eileen Warnos up here. That cracks me up. It's too good. Like it's just too good. It's like so fitting for Jodi.
So, would you be willing to go over this next video? I think we all kind of get the ideal here. She's claiming somebody jacked her up and stole her dog. And you and I were talking about the dog and some of the stuff around the dog, right? Do you have a commentary on the dog?
Well, yeah, kind of, but I feel like I don't know if I want to say anything without Jenny, because I feel like I want to tell a little bit of story. Only, and I don't want to pressure her either, because I don't know like what she's doing right now. But what I will say is I don't believe that anybody tried to dig up her animal. I think that's absolutely insane. I think she would probably be trying to make it look like people are fucking with her. And on the wavelength that she's processing on at this very moment in time, I believe that She would even go as far to make it look like somebody did. Do you know what I mean? To like blame it on YouTube people or whatever. I would say if Jodi Sue doesn't have proof, and if you don't see it on camera or surveillance of any sort, kill me with that picture. Oh my God. It's literally, it didn't happen because there's no way that she's sitting there as paranoid as she is with no cameras at all. Like, who doesn't have running cameras if you live in that state of constant paranoia at all times?
I mean, we remember back to when she claimed that somebody had broken enterings and taken things having to do with Summer in their life from her trailer. She said she got those on camera. That transpired before the dog, so it stands to reason that, you know, I mean, she wants us to believe that she may know who it is, but she hasn't done her regular, which is accusing someone.
You know what's
right?
interesting about that actually is what Candace said to Dawn when she was talking about the red truck and how it was Jodi Sue's mom's and it had the ladder rack, the one on Nerdy Addicts. She had said that they were helping Jodi Sue move. So Candace and Dawn's fingerprints are all over her shit. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure.
If they helped her move, then she could say they were in there anytime. So I'm glad that that came out so that nobody is falsely accused of, you know, going in there or anything at some particular moment in time. The cameras were from Wish too. Yeah, Penny, it's a wish day.
She wishes. So let me ask you, what can you make any sense out of this just the nature of the number of dogs, or not dogs but animals that she's lost?
It's
You were telling me it's very abnormal, isn't it? And I had lent an opinion that I believe that with as dark as Jodi appears to be, that I believe that at some point Jodi Stool may have actually ventured her research in her spirituality into the occult potentially. And I mean, if you heard that she had studied the occult, I don't think anyone would be surprised, would they?
I wouldn't at all. But, you know, I did actually come across some things today that kind of shocked me also. But like, if you go online and really look up Jodi, she, you know, she's got a book collection and stuff. You want to check it out if you want to. I mean, it's pretty bad in my opinion. Like Jodi's on a whole nother, she's on a whole nother tip. She's out there.
So you mean this is her Amazon list wish for books, or
I think it's her. She's got like I think she favorited her books. Let me go back and see because, well, it was early this morning. Hold on a minute.
okay.
You know what I could do is I could show them all to you. You could just even like, I'll text them to you or whatever. But stuff like all to do with like the underworld and just like very dark, strange books. All right. These are not books that I would ever be interested in buying.
Like the
So
guy from Seven, right? Like books he would read.
Who?
The guy from the movie Seven. Remember that movie with Brad Pitt?
Yeah.
All those really weird, dark books and shit. Like
she's like almost into like benevolent, you know, it's really weird. Like, how do I explain? So, you know, because some people believe in certain things, but this is very dark side of Jodi. I think many people probably don't know, and maybe some people do because they've seen it before because it's been out there. But like going through this stuff is actually very telling about her psyche, in my opinion.
I agree. When you seemingly are
Penny, you see, Penny has a point. We don't know, right? She might want people to think she reads them so that they think she's that way. But I've actually seen a lot just in my searches and like research where there, and I don't really want to like give it away, but you can see where those pieces fit, in my opinion. I think on more so the maternal side, but yeah, I think
So
she is.
she's very, very dark. So we've got the taste in books. We spoke on momentarily just
Mhm.
my take on what appears to be she will post consecutively music videos, and these music videos, seemingly the trend in the video is water.
All about
Um,
water, yeah.
yeah. Now, when you look into some of the dynamics of victimhood, there are some particular studies that attribute the idea of water to being a particular type of victim. And I don't, I don't know where the water theme comes in with the music for Jodi, but I see it, and I find it very interesting. I don't know if it's conscious, subconscious, or if it even means anything at all. I just identify that it's available to pick up on. Um,
Yeah. I've noticed that a lot of the music that she posts will be, they speak about water a lot now. I think that's like one of her, she has so many trolling techniques. I feel that, and she's been doing this for a while where she'll be like posting love songs to who I have no idea, right? Like who are you really posting this to on YouTube? But I don't really know if I can figure out what all of her water symbolism is on her community posts all the time. Probably something she, like, again, like she wants you to think something. She likes to do riddles. Jodi's a huge riddler. You know what I mean? So you can't really trust anything you see from her at all or hear from her. She's always lying.
you're right. One thing I also wanted to talk about before we move to the blue truck
Yeah.
is, and if you feel comfortable talking about it, was one of the aspects. Did you say we could talk about it or no?
Talk about what? What is it?
The stuff with the driveway.
Yeah, I think I could talk about that. Yeah, I think I have permission to speak on that, and I wasn't told that I couldn't speak on it. So yeah, I can do that.
And,
Sure.
and
Yep.
Candace already had sort of alluded to the same thing back when she was still active on my channel months and months ago. But would you care to lend us what you were told?
Yeah. So, hey Carlos. So, I had gotten a phone call today, and I'm not going to say who it was from, just to, I don't, the person's really not on YouTube a lot, but they did have a connection to Candace in the beginning. And this person had said to me that Candace was always very, very upset when it came to Jodi, that it was not a new thing. She was also, Candace was also upset by, which I didn't know this, that Jodi was standing at the end of the driveway, not by the creek where she says she was standing, right?
Now, let
So
me
Candace
pull it up for anyone that's not aware, really quick.
yeah,
I didn't mean to interrupt. You go. Go ahead. So
no, go
she
ahead.
was. She claims she was at the end of her driveway messing with flowers. Correct.
Yep.
That's the initial. Like that's her base location, right? So let me go ahead and make this. Oops, I've got to get rid of the overlay really quick. Um, so let me get rid of that overlay. Come here.
I love that picture.
I'm not gonna
It's
let her
just,
live it down. The
I
other
love
one I
it.
have is this one,
That
Divine
one,
from Harry.
oh man, that one's far more fitting at the moment, but
It
come one of
is.
these
It is.
days.
Okay. So, where Jody's stool claims to have been, and never mind these red lines. These red lines, these were references to audio direction. So, what we have here is somewhere in this area, right in here, is where Jodi Sue claims to have been when she was down there. Now, what you were told was that she was somewhere in this area, which is where the actually it'd be about in this area. Somewhere in this area is where Jodi Sue actually was when Candace got to where she could see things down there.
Zoom down onto the driveway if you can, because what was explained to me was that when Candace first laid eyes on Jodi, she was in the driveway of the wells, literally right there over on the furthest side toward the dog trail.
Side, yes, by the wood pile.
Yeah. So no, on the opposite side of the wood pile, because the wood pile is on the left, right? If you're looking in the driveway,
yeah. So on the downhill side.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
So she's right there, right where your pin is. So that's where Candace said to this person that she saw Jodi was at the edge of her driveway toward the dog trail. So this is what was told to me from somebody who had this conversation with Candace. I can't speak for Candace, of course. You had many conversations with Candace. Did she ever talk about this with you, Benny?
She did. And and Jodi went all through it. And what she said, because I recall, she said that she was in this area. She was not by the creek. She was just generally somewhere in this area. And that when she saw her, she had her shoes on. She had capri pants on. She was dry. And I recall it because we made fun of the purse saying it looked like a diaper bag. And pardon me, she went on and on and on and on about it. So she was somewhere in eye shot. Now, with the way that it works here is that if Candace was standing here, to see past this corner down here is going to be a little difficult, right? So
Candace said she saw her right on the edge of her driveway.
Yep. So that's problematic because
for me, yeah, definitely.
Yes. Now, she said she also made a contention that she walked the whole creek. Correct?
Jodi, yeah.
Yeah. So the whole creek is all of this.
All the way around.
So she would have walked the whole creek and then turned around and walked back. Not saying she walked in the creek like she said she did the first time, but she trekked this real estate back to be seen in this area. Now, what you also have to remember is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, before Jodi is spotted here, she has a conversation with the Wells boys down towards Ben Hill. And she said, what she said is that the older boy took the lead, which was uncommon. She said the oldest boy, when asked, where is Summer? She said, we saw her just a few minutes ago up by her swing, which is right here.
Yep.
So my contention always was that not knowing when exactly the conversation happened. Did the conversation happen after Jodi Sue made the walk and was on her way back up here to be seen by Candace? Or did she see the boy before her walk?
The way that I've always understood it, and so anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that Jodi saw the boys after, but that could be just my own perception because it might not make sense for time-wise for me, like if I'm not thinking of it in that way. So I've always put it after because that's the way she's always described it. But I only think that's what it was. I wish I knew exactly how it all went down. I do know that she said that she spoke to the boys. They were all sitting in a line. They had their heads down. They were like playing with the grass, basically. And that
she caught them playing, he said, when they should have been searching.
Yes, she did say that. Oh yeah, I
Okay.
forgot that.
Yeah.
So she said that the oldest looked up at her, which like kind of looked up at her, not even all the way, and said that they had last seen her at her swing set. And Jodi said that it was odd that they would say swing set because it wasn't a swing set or something. She went on a rant
Correct.
about it. Yeah.
Correct.
So I've always taken it as, I've always taken it as she spoke with the boys after, because why would the boys have been down there already? That would not make sense. Does
It
that
would.
make sense?
So the reason why it's interesting to me,
Mm-hmm.
what that time frame is because if Jody Sue made her walk down and then back in the creek, that would have burnt up, I don't know, between 10 and 20, 25 minutes, you would think, like realistically. So if she runs into the boys after making that 10 to 20-minute walk back and forth, and the boys said they just saw her, that would kind of be screwy with the time because if they see her here after she's made the walk and say we just saw her a few minutes ago at the swing set, well then that suggests that during this time while Jody is walking, the boys could have just seen her. And that doesn't seem probable, right?
Doesn't at all.
It doesn't. So with deducing times, sorry about the train, guys. You know it's a part of doing business over here. Um, with the dynamic of the time, it stands to reason that she may have seen the boys before she did her walk, because that would make the time screwy. That would make Summer up here somewhere while the search by Jody in the creek was going on. Now, what's interesting about
Mm-hmm.
that either way is this: the boys, and I've contended this many times, and it's in the verbiage, right? So when the boys say, we just saw her a few minutes ago at the swing set, we know at this point there are people or peoples searching already, right? Maybe Blue Roof Don, maybe, we know that there were some names out here at a point, right? So
Mm-hmm.
if you've got people like the boys and Jody and maybe Blue Roof Don out here searching, how did the girl get off the hill? Especially if the boys said they just saw her a few minutes ago. That, in a spatial sense, ties her to the hill just a few minutes ago. So you got to ask yourself, how long, as another dynamic in question, how long did it take the boys to get down here? So if it took
Probably
the
not
boys
too long.
a few minutes, maybe,
Maybe if they cut down the back there like 3, 4, 5 minutes. I don't know from looking above. I mean, I don't know if they have little trails that they go through down there. I don't know how the boys went down there. Do they come out the driveway and go around? Like, I don't know. So they
so
must have come down the back side of the house. I would think it
sure,
only take a couple minutes.
right? So a couple, that's in the range of a few. If they
Yeah.
said they saw her a few minutes ago and it took them a few minutes to get here,
Mhm.
wouldn't that mean that, I mean, in the verbiage, when you deduce it and put it together in a linear fashion, if they said they just saw her a few minutes ago, that means she could have been standing here. They saw her walk down here and then saw Jody Sue.
Well, this is the thing. Their mom's 2 minutes is like an hour. So
Correct.
the boys may have that also. Like a few minutes is an hour. So that's where I struggle with that, because they've got a mother who does not rely on the clock at all. So her time perception is, all right, say a load of wash or whatever she does when she goes through her day.
Yes.
Um, yeah, like so the boys might say a couple minutes, but for the boys, it really might been so much longer.
If, and that is the other dynamic, that it could just be in the verbiage. The verbiage could be very generic and vague, and that,
Mhm.
yes, a few minutes means 30 or 40 or an hour or more. So
Right.
it is a very interesting dynamic. But if you really nail it down and you go by the verbiage, man, it does make it like, and I know you cannot rely on the verbiage of children to substantiate time in a situation like this.
Mhm.
But when you say that and you think about it realistically, oh, we just saw her a few minutes ago. Well, after a few minute walk, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? So it is. It's just an interesting situation. And then you add more verbiage. Like you got, you're listening to what people say. Jodi says, I caught them playing and not searching.
Yeah.
And you have to remember that this information about the boys is things she said she wanted to keep only, quote unquote,
Yeah.
only for the, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I
She said
don't
she
know.
wanted to protect them, but she ended up just, blurting out whatever when she felt like it. But what she also said was that the boys were, by the time that the police got there, the boys were sitting, or the police were sitting and had eyes on the boys at Simpson Road.
So they traversed all the way back here.
Right.
That's interesting.
So, how did first of all, and I've always said it and I'll probably say it forever, why was she watching the police in a situation like that? Why would her focus be where the police were, what the police were doing? That's a red flag to me. But also, how did the boys get all the way back there and they had eyes on the boys? Now, where exactly was Jodi that she could see? Because I can't even understand and begin to understand how she'd be able to see unless she was on the other side of her house, all the way,
Right. Right.
other side.
Right. Oh,
I mean, it's very like swivelly through there.
it is, and I think that in some places where some folks looking at it, as an observer, might think you
Mhm.
would have great vantage, but there, it is very limited. Like you've got, if you're on top of the hill, you can see some stuff, but you get down by the driveway and you're not seeing some stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's just, it's got those points of vantage, but they're not vast. It is a very strange situation. Now, the other thing, and I only want to speak on it momentarily, is the wandering away. Of course, do you have a real opinion on that commentary? Because I only ask because we did a loose leaf, um, ruler here. Let's go circle. So we did a loose leaf search radius for 1 hour at about a mile and a half per hour, right? Child, depending on focus and athletic ability, and in this case, factoring in footwear, so on and so forth, a child realistically walks at about 1.5 miles per hour. So when you were to stretch, when you would stretch a perimeter around there, um, it does never make sense for the child to go back here, right? Because the elevations become crazy, crazy, crazy once you get down here, right? I
Right.
mean, it just it goes to what I've been told is very difficult to
Can't
navigate.
even search a lot of that stuff. I mean, I think even they have, that's why they had to get their planes up and shit. Like, so yeah, no. I
So
mean, they're as far as wandering away, I I know it's a possibility, right? Like everything is a possibility, but I keep that pretty low. I don't think she would have wandered far, and I do believe that if she wandered, the dogs would have tracked her scent. So I don't really think she wandered away. I do think that Summer may have been a little bit of a wanderer, though. I think she might have been a handful for
or
Candace, you know?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean, she just is she's getting older and older, getting more and more active, and you have that sort of um, that sort of clan mentality, not necessarily clan in any bad way, but just a group. The three
Like
boys,
a
they
tribe cult.
kind of, yeah, they babysit themselves, sort of, the boys do. They can kind of wander off and do their own thing, and yeah, I agree. I do think that that Summer probably did require some different parenting than the boys did. Um,
Yeah. Well, naturally she would because she's a girl anyhow. You
Absolutely,
know?
absolutely,
Yeah.
and Candace never struck me as a girl mom.
Right.
She always struck me as a subpar boy mom. You know,
Yeah, she may not have known exactly what to do with, there's some pictures I look at of Summer. She's wearing very nice clothes. Her hair is done. And then there are some that are the complete opposite. That's, I guess,
absolutely.
huh?
The cycle. It's the cycle, I think.
Yeah.
You know,
You can
I mean,
see when times were very bad, I think, and you can see where times were good, but there was definitely such a rapid decline in Summer leading up to her disappearance. And it's very visible. You can see it. She was probably,
very.
growing and through changes and stuff, but she looked emaciated. She really did.
It's very cyclic looking, and you wonder
Hmm.
who's in the house. Like, what is the dynamic in the household domestically when the child appears to be degrading, right? Because we know there's been spans in time where Don has been, say, for instance, in Utah or in jail or here or there, right? Like I've always wondered, and me and Mr. LeBrier, he's the one that's really pointed out the cycles in the photos. Like,
Really?
and I believe, in my opinion, I believe Summer may have been doing. I used to think the pictures when she looked really bad were the
Hmm.
pictures when Don was there, and I think it might be the opposite. I think that she may have looked her best when Don was there.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know. And I could be completely opposite. Maybe when Don is there, the toxicity is so much that that's what, maybe he's the key to it being filthy and the children being unkept. I don't know.
Mhm.
I mean, it's hard to say, but there is definitely a cycle in all of that. And I just have always wondered who's present in the house when it's like that.
Right. That would be a great question to ask and something to find out and know because well, you can see a difference, I think, in Don's, presentation of himself, as in, opposed to Candace. You can see Candace is very lackadaisical about the way she dresses. She doesn't put much effort in. Like Don, you can see he like brushes his hair, like he'll put on like a white t-shirt or whatever, but Candace is kind of rocking out and like really the third day she's wearing the clothes type of deal. So
Right.
I don't know. I know he was showering Summer, so who was taking the showers with this child to clean her? I don't think it was Candace. And unfortunately, I have to give Don a pass. He
Yeah.
was, cleaning his daughter. He
I do
got a little
too.
girl in the house. She needs to be showered. And they didn't have a bathtub, right?
Right. They had only a
Like,
stand up corner shower.
what do
So
you do when your wife doesn't want to bathe your children? I'm not trying
I
to
think
be, rude, but
I think you're forced to, as a man, you're forced to probably wash the child. I mean, at
right.
4 and 5, realistically, like my son is 4, and still at this age, he's not anatomically set up to clean
Like
himself.
not in the
Say,
video. Yeah.
right,
Hmm.
like, so if he can't fully take care of himself going to the restroom, like, you
Hmm.
can't quite cut him loose in the shower and expect them to clean everything and be,
Yeah.
good to go when they
Just
come
send
out.
them in there like, okay, go wash up and then go in behind them and,
Correct.
finish washing them up or whatever.
Correct.
Um,
Correct.
and that, see, that was a really great point. Who was present when the really good photos of Summer were being taken, when she was being taken care of? All of that stuff really matters. And then now I want to know the answer to that.
Me too. I mean, is that when there was a heavier influence in the church? I mean,
Maybe.
something was in that child's life. I mean, the smiles were different. Her face was
Yeah.
different. Her hair was there. And then you look
Yeah.
at these photos at the end, and it's just completely degraded to where the child is skin and bones. Now, I can say that my kid, he goes through these spurts where he's puts on a little weight and then he'll get 2 inches and then he looks really thin and then he puts on a little weight and then he sprouts again. But
Hmm.
she just seemingly was just very thin all the time, you know, very
Yeah.
thin, very thin. And there is that dynamic where I see someone raising that in the discussion area, um, like her pictures at church at Christmas. That
Yeah.
child is a completely different child than the one we see in the pictures at Pigeon Forge or with the face painting or whatever. Like that is completely two different children. I mean, completely. And I can't. Now, I'm not saying it's two different children. I'm saying when I look at the children, it's like it is night and day. You see one that's
Like
kept.
one is happy, one is clean. What is that what you mean? Like you see two different, well, yeah, one that's also in a different environment because not only are you seeing it's the background in the photos, right? Where you've got a very clustered area behind a child who looks like they're wearing rags or whatever. And then you put that same child in a red dress and red shoes at Christmas time in front of the church at the Christmas tree at church. You're going to have it's going to look like a completely different kid.
Absolutely.
She had her hair then, she doesn't then. So yeah, it makes perfect sense what you just said.
Well, you ready to move on to the blue vehicle? This is
Yeah.
sort of um,
What is the let me ask you on 209 right there, you have an X, a red X on
here.
Redmond's property. Yeah. What is that you
Um,
have there?
there was that was a place that they did that there was some pictures taken. There also was.
Okay.
Uh, I just put an X because
The
um,
bones, is that what it's from? Maybe.
I think so. I'm
Okay.
trying.
I just
I'm trying to
what else?
remember why all this. I know some of it had to do with screen direction.
Okay.
This one has to do with footprints.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, there's a lot of this. That isn't Redmond. That is. It's a scent hit on G's. That's right. This is a scent hit. So this is Barefoots. That's what I call them. This is Barefoot's area here. There was a hit here. That's right, Jenny.
There was a hit right there.
A scent hit for summer. Yes, right here.
Yeah. And that's where they think it might have been because Don and Candace have gone up there. Is that right? So,
Um, that part I'm unaware of.
okay. All right, then leave that out. So,
Allegedly,
okay.
yes.
So while you have this up, did you hear the part in Nerdy Addicts Live where he talked about a jammer for the drone? Like he
Jammer.
was trying to get over all the junk cars on,
Yes. Drone went down.
and he was like getting jammed up and he almost lost it like multiple times.
Would have been in this area here.
Up more. So it's right behind Don and Candace's house, right by that pink line almost. If you
Right
come
here?
through, I don't know, where's your, yeah. So right in there should be their cars. I'm trying to see. Come up more. So where, oh, right
there.
there, oh, right there. Yeah. That's where he got all jammed up with the drone. Like he couldn't get through it all. He said it was like a perfect square, basically, which I'm trying to figure that out. I don't know how that's possible.
That's interesting because I guess there's been 2 accounts of people having an issue with a drone right in there.
Okay.
Oh, weird! I thought Cam was telling people the jammer was on 125, which this
No,
would
the
be one.
jammer is on. I'll tell you, and it's on. I think it's on Simpson. So their address is not Ben Hill. Is it 101? No,
Fred said the recorder wire was jammed too, right? The recorder wire.
So it's 112 Simpson Road is the address for the one that's
Here,
jammed up. So yeah.
which is it's interesting because
Mm.
uh, to jam cellular suggests that you can jam up to 3,000 feet um, altitude, right? So you would jam from here up in the air 3,000 feet, which is where they allegedly say that I don't know all the dynamics of cellular, but it's from the ground up to a certain point. That's why, like when you're on a plane, you get above the cell service, you can't reach it because you're actually out of it, being above it. Um,
Yeah.
so that's interesting. And so these vehicles, they belong to whom?
The overbays.
Why would they have a jammer?
Great question. I'm like, what are they doing out there that they need this? Because from what I understand, you're not supposed to have them, right? And Nerdy Addict said that he had never experienced this anywhere else besides the Statue of Liberty, which makes perfect sense. But it's happening here in Beach Creek. Like, for what reason? After a child went missing. So maybe it's because they want privacy. Like, maybe these people don't want drones flying into their yard. Maybe that was an issue. Like, listen, I can understand that. I wouldn't want
Well,
drones flying in my face while I'm sitting outside. Like,
I'll tell
but
you, I've known a few people that have had
yeah,
cell jammer, and two of the people were old school dope dealers with
yeah.
the idea that if you came to my house and you got to see a bunch of things, you wasn't going to be able to send a text out or send a call out
And
while
that's
you
what I
were
worry about with
you
this.
know.
It really is worrisome to me. And I hope that, Nerdy seems like a pretty, I think he would report that. I do. I hope he did. I hope he reported it to the TBI that he couldn't get through there. I don't remember if he said he did or he didn't. But I think that it
Also, I
would
mean,
need to be reported.
you can create a DIY jammer. They're not super crazy sophisticated, but
Mm.
I don't know much about the capabilities of a DIY jammer, but I know that
Well, you
there you
know
can.
what? I don't know about any of this stuff, and my son does, right? So I asked him. I was actually listening to that in the car with him, and he said it's not possible because he had said it was in a perfect square, and he said that's not the way it works. Like somebody would have to be directing the jammer all the time in order for it to even. He said even then it wouldn't be a perfect square. So maybe like he was just speaking to, I think
The
maybe
ideals,
I like,
maybe.
yeah, maybe it felt like a perfect square, but it's not really because my son said it's not possible to make the jammer a perfect square because of like the frequencies and all of that they use.
Yeah, it's
Which
just a
I,
disruption. That's
yeah,
yeah, yep.
but the thing is if you're going to be like truly hiding whatever's going on inside of this property. I've always had an issue with this property because of all the junk cars, and everyone always says like, "Oh, it's normal." Listen, I get that, but it's so close to where Summer went missing, right, or is said to be gone missing from, that all of those cars really spooked me out. You know what Jodi Sue said? Jodi Sue said that each single one of those cars was
Sure.
searched with a fine tooth comb. She said they left no stone unturned with those cars. I'm like shocked by that because I didn't know that Jodi was there when they did it. But
Yeah, how could she
you
know
know,
that?
she's got an answer for everything. All the cars were searched. Yep, all set. Yada yada yada. But anyway, and I think that the TBI would have done a thorough job, and I don't doubt them. But what were these people doing after they left? You know what I'm saying? Like now all of a sudden
Right.
there's a jammer up there. So and it wasn't there before because the TBI would have definitely had a problem with that, you know,
Absolutely.
if they
Absolutely.
couldn't get through or noticed that that was going on. I don't know. Very strange that that
Uh,
property would have a jammer.
Wendy says, would a jammer for a drone also block the recorder that Ellie wired Fred with to record Don? So that part, I don't know. What I
I
can tell
believe it
you,
would.
it could. But what I can tell you is this. When you're dealing with drones, um, they may they may bind to the drone via cellular. But I'm going to tell you what, they run off of global positioning. So it doesn't make any sense to me that a drone would have an issue over that spot, right? Because you see Nerdy Attic. See, Nerdy Attic isn't the only one that has had an issue here in this area.
Yep.
Also, another drone guy
Uh
that was
huh.
with Cam. That
Oh,
circle, that circle, I think suggests where the other drone guy's drone went down. So they had to
really?
go, yes, they had to go to barefoot. I call him because he wanders around in the woods barefoot. So they had to go knock on his door and tell him where, or they didn't tell him where, rather. They told him that the drone went down in his forest, and Cam alleges that the gentleman took them directly to the drone. Like they didn't look for it, they didn't have to hunt around for it. Like the guy took them straight to the drone and they walked up on it. So when you look at the fact that a guy said a drone went down here, Nerdy Addict said he had a drone issue here, I don't understand it, because also what I understand, because I fly a drone regularly every week, if my drone ever loses connection, it doesn't crash into the ground. It turns around and comes back to where it started from. So even that ideal to me is strange that now, and I had spoke about this candidly, is that if I had a drone that wasn't a high dollar drone, or maybe even it was a high dollar drone, I might set it down on someone's property and then go knock on the door and say, hey, my drone went down on your property. Because I
Hmm.
can't make it make sense as to why the guy says his drone just dropped out of the sky. Unless he was too low and maybe being nosy and the tree grabbed a hold to a tree, or, whatever. Like it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So Fizzle, if it loses remote connection, even if you can't see it, that joker comes back to its home point. Like before you take it off, you lift it up, and like instantaneously that joker says updating home point. So it doesn't matter where you're at. As long as you have an open hole to leave the ground and go straight up in the air, that drone is going to take that. It sees that as its home spot. So if it ever loses connection, it's coming back to where it took off at. So I don't even know what that means. I've not encountered it. It's not to say that it's not a real thing. It's strange to me. Um, Drone and its operator, this usually either 2.4 or 5.8, which are non-assigned public frequencies. Correct. Um, I don't know. Anyhow, I'd like to move on to the red truck, or the blue car. Pardon me.
The blue car. Yeah, the blue car is super interesting. Is Dietz in here?
Is Dietz in here?
Let me see.
I think she was.
I want to know when this was from. I think it was pretty recent.
Um,
I didn't know she had a date for it.
this
Or
was from just like 2 or 3 days ago. There's Dietz right there. Um, when did she publish all of this stuff about the blue car, Dietz?
yeah.
Oh, baby.
I just want to know when she told this story about the blue car. The blue car and the guy, she's got a whole new story now about someone who came through there, and this is just really coincidental all of a sudden.
It is, and that's from late Saturday, early Sunday.
So
Okay.
late Saturday, early Sunday was, hold on a minute. I want to see something because All right. So that was right after she heard Candace say that to Don on that audio. That was literally right after. Jodi was like spooked all the way out. And then she told this story, which I missed. Thank you so much for getting it, Deets, because I'm like, when the fuck did this happen? Good catch.
Absolutely good catch. So we're gonna get into the blue car now. While we're talking about the blue car, we're also going to factor in some of the same dynamics about the occupant of the blue car as the occupant of the alleged red truck. Now, not that they're connected in any way, only dynamics of identification. So, with that being said, we're going to push forward. Thank you, Deets, for grabbing this.
Yeah, Candace. I'm Dr. Phil. I never watched it. I'm still gonna watch the whole thing, right? You don't need to. I have seen enough parts by now, right? And the one where, just got it a couple months ago, where she mentions a blue vehicle. Or somewhere down the fucking air, but they especially saying that they have, but I don't know what the fuck that would be, right? It could have been a known family member that's traveling back and forth in the hollow, which she don't been in, or anywhere near. 125's traveling. Right?
So she's worried about a red truck and a blue vehicle.
Yep.
Now, with the red truck, Tiffany and I talked about this. The red truck. The issue with the red truck is she saw it every day for 2 weeks. Correct, Tiffany? That's what she says.
Every day she said she was just inches from it. You could see his face, his tats, everything.
Everything. So, I've spoken a few different times about the dynamic of seeing that much detail about a potential suspect or an occupant of a vehicle. That if we know that there was there was a sketch artist available. In the event that you couldn't get a rendering that she could associate to someone in a book somewhere that come up with a name, she could identify the tattoos and they could reverse search a suspect by looking at his scars, marks, or tattoos. That didn't happen. Okay. That was never anything. I don't even think when she made up that lie, she thought that far ahead,
Mm-hmm.
thinking that. So now we add yet another vehicle, um, a blue vehicle. So, what do you feel could be the implications and or complications from entering another vehicle into the mix at this time?
At this time, the only reason for it would be to divert attention away from herself. After everybody was able to hear what Candace said and how she said it about that red truck that her mother owns, this is what Jodi pulled. So that tells me she's saying, okay, I'm going to introduce another person, another vehicle, a dog, license plates, certain county. Like it's crazy. Like listen, if that's the case, she saw everything except what happened this summer. No, I very highly doubt it. I do not believe she saw this blue car. It's all to divert your attention away from what she doesn't want you talking about. And it's a game to her. At this point, it's a game. She thinks she's the Riddler. All right. And that's all. This the red truck, I will actually probably always have questions about. But the blue car, I don't believe this story at all.
So what? So if I'm picking up what you're laying down, essentially what we're saying is that it's very problematic for her to divert to a new vehicle at this point in time, only after hearing an old audio of Candace referring the red truck to Jodi's mom.
She
So
thinks whatever she throws at us, we're going to believe her. And that's that's another problem. People really do tend to, grab onto what she said and run with it. It's okay to do that, but you got to know she's probably lying.
And so then trying to deduce what is the motivating factor to help her lie. If she's not involved in anything, not even a cover up, like why now, like if it's just words on the internet, why are you trying to refract and deflect everyone from even talking about this old stuff with the red truck? Now let me tell you what. Didn't I hit you up yesterday, didn't I? I was like, "What? Can you fill me in on what's going on with the red truck?"
Yeah.
Because I see Chasing posting about the red truck, I see Fizzle posting about the red truck. I'm like, "What is going on with the red truck?" And now this thing pops up here with, the reference of the red truck now with a blue vehicle, a car potentially covering up the old red truck. Jenny says, well, to be fair, there are people who will grab anything um, that helps their current narrative. There will always be these kinds of people who cannot think critically. I agree.
Well,
Uh,
sometimes that is true, but if you point it out, which I always try to do, because sometimes people need to see it from that standpoint because people are very easily led. So we may have people in here that'll listen to it or stop by Deets and listen to it, and they might think there was really a blue car there. So if we're not telling them like straight up, don't take it with a grain of salt, really. She did this at a very inconvenient time. It wasn't convenient for her. I will say that. I don't know how she thinks it would be because it's so obvious what she's trying to do.
yeah.
Um, and it's kind of like, okay, so is this Jodi's cycle though? Is now how many vehicles is she going to talk about, bitch about? And now she's got a new blue car with a guy that was driving it, and his dog looked like he was so clean and never touched dirt, and like a big fluffy dog or something. She's out there, really.
He is fucking out there. Let's catch a little more of this then, see where she's at.
Thinking in someone's past. You're like, man, what if it was this fucking blue vehicle type thing you've seen? Because see, out of all the out of state tags you watched come and go, and out of all the fucking weirdos parked down and suddenly just crammed in there right before property sales and all these other things, right? And even after it's sold, because a lot of people hope that it'll fall through, it won't finalize, or they can offer something higher. The person that buys it, it'll end up being free.
This was not an overly desired piece of property. Why are we pushing this narrative? I agree, Deets. Now, this may have been somewhat desired in terms of people who were looking on the internet, but anyone that could, push a bicycle up to that property could see that it was a fucking piece of shit. So I agree with Dietz overall and in general. This was not even a moderately desired piece of property. Connie, thank you so much for becoming a member, baby. It means the world to me, sweetie. Um, do you agree with that? I mean, she makes it seem like,
Oh, absolutely. But it was for her. She wanted that. She wanted that to be empty. She did not want it to be occupied. It wasn't desirable at all, right? But it was to her. For what reason? Her own privacy, because of her fucked up lifestyle, is what I think. She didn't want anybody to impede on her privacy, which is fine, I get that. But to the extent that she went is psychotic.
yeah, I
That's not
agree.
even
And
in her land. Do you know
no,
what I mean?
it's not Andy's land, but she just so casually and nonchalantly just throws this blue car in the mix, almost like she's taught, like almost like she's under the belief we've talked about this blue car before, right? But
Right.
I smell bait. I smell like the blue car is bait for sure.
Mhm. Yep.
I mean, without a doubt. She says
Never
not
heard
for
of it before.
now. I've never heard it before either. Like this is the very first time. So here we go.
So they keep coming to look anyway, right? They all keep coming to look anyway, even after the sales final, but you don't yet know who has bought it, right? Because it hasn't swapped over in the system yet, where you could see it. And you don't know until the day Dub shows up, which is the day before summer finished.
You don't know until the day Dobbs shows up, which is the day before Summer.
I can see it. You don't know until the day Dobbs shows up, which is the day before Summer finishes.
And which day did Jackie Dobbs show up?
Why is she back throwing him underneath the wheel?
She has been for ever since the red truck came up for like the last 2 days. She's been bringing up Jackie.
It's interesting because when I asked her specifically about who was her list, and she put the tree trimmers and all those people, in the top, and Jackie Dobbs was way down the list. Like Jackie Dobbs was like not a concern to her, which I found interesting because he had been a focal, then not a focal, and now seemingly back a focal again.
Well, she also said too that Jackie Dobbs wasn't on her list at all at one point. When I believe she was on YouTube already. Maybe she might have been on Facebook, but about to be on YouTube. I can't really remember. But she definitely did say that he was not high on her list at all. She wouldn't even put him on a list.
Correct.
So,
at all.
Yeah.
She only would mention him because other people would mention him. And when seemingly pressured to put him in a categorically somewhere in terms of the other known suspects, she said that he was very down the list. She was saying that since Facebook days. Yeah, I don't know. Like she's placed importance, removed it, and now she's done this many times. She's mad as fuck tonight at Tiffany Marie. I just had to check to see if she was on 175. She is not. Oh boy.
Happy Halloween. Boo, Jodi. Boo.
Well, I want to see where we're going with this. Hey, Carolyn, good to see you, baby.
And you have this polarized car, Washington County plates, big ass, giant, fluffy, beautiful dog that's never seen dirt in its whole ass life.
That's never seen dirt in its whole ass life.
It was a privileged dog of sorts.
I mean, you could almost say with that statement. Now, before, and I heard other people say, yeah, she said it seemed like the dog had never. This is almost like she knows the dog has never touched dirt. Like, here she goes again. It's dogs and dirt, right? We just got through looking at a fucking toy that's pretty white to have been laid up with a decayed dog under the ground. And now here she is again with some old silly shit about a dog that's never seen dirt. Like, this is, I don't know, but like it's in her verbiage, right? Because she wants us to believe that she's articulate, but then she'll leave something like sort of half said. Like we were talking when she said, "Oh, I walked the whole creek." But if you pin her down and find something wrong with her walking the whole creek, for instance, she might say something like, "Well, what I meant was I walked the whole creek on my side." Like, she'll bring it back and correct it in a way that is like, "Okay, Jodi, we see what you're doing." Like, okay, when you say whole or all, you don't actually mean whole or all, right? But this is some really weird shit right here.
Washington County plates, big ass, giant, fluffy, beautiful dog that's never seen dirt in its whole ass life.
Never seen dirt in its whole ass life.
It's a little weird.
It's a little weird to make that crazy extreme. Like, we get it, the dog is fluffy white, but for you to say it's never seen dirt in its whole ass life, like, that is some weird shit. Like, I know maybe some of you won't, but come on, think about it. Like, for her, she wants us to believe that everything she says and does is so articulate. Yes, Nicole, Washington County plates.
Yeah, and the place. So Nicole and I were talking earlier, and we'll like sit around and brainstorm and whatnot. And she's like, "Tiffany, Bloomingdale isn't even in Washington County. It's in Sullivan County." I'm looking and I'm like, "What the fuck? What is she talking about? Washington County plate. What? How do you know that? You can see it that clearly. Like, you're right up on their bumper looking at sticker, like, does that even make sense? And do they have the county written on the license plates there? I don't know
That's
if
what
they
I
do.
was like. So, like, um, like
Like, we don't
Iowa.
have counties on our license plates. We don't have that here, but I know some places they do.
Let's see.
Tennis license plate.
Tennessee. Damn.
She's all the way triggered tonight. Oh, that's gonna be so good. Give us
It
content, Jodi.
It
We just
doesn't have the county on it.
doesn't have it at all.
No. How could she know there were Washington County plates? It doesn't
I don't
have.
know. When she said Washington County, I was like,
Doesn't have. It doesn't. How the fuck can she know that?
did they put it on after though? Like, oh wait, look, that one said Knox on it.
Where?
I don't know, wherever you just were.
Damn it, hold on.
Hmm.
Damn, I don't really jack
It's
that
all right.
up. Back to tennis.
Well, why don't I do this? I'll put it into Google.
There, Knox. I see right there.
So that's where it goes on the bottom. So she was able to see that. Which means she had a discussion with this man. She had to be right on top of the car.
But how come they all don't have them?
I don't know.
Blunt.
Oh, someone says yes, they do have it. And
Okay.
Tennessee people.
Okay,
Tennessee
fair enough.
Southern Bell says it does too. Okay, good. So she says she sees the Washington County tag on the plate, but she says that this man is from Bloomingdale. So, okay.
How can she know that a man isn't from the place his plate says he's from if she doesn't know him?
Because she had exchange with this man.
Okay, maybe it's more in the video.
Power couple in it type thing. You're like, okay, well, that's a little weird, but whatever, right? Considering the way they advertise the piece, it's just a rolling hills type thing, and well beyond fluffery and straight into absolute fraud territory, the way they advertise.
Fraud territory.
Just fraud.
He's a fucking idiot.
Fraud territory. Uh-huh.
You know what? Like someone that like funds a registered sex offender before he goes to prison by letting him tattoo on you, like, you got a lot of room to fucking talk. Like, I swear, this lady, she fucking irritates me.
Then you have one super local, one person there from Glendale. It's a guy.
Glendale, it's a guy.
Okay, you know, they tell you, right? The feds do. They tell you to keep waiting. Things will solidify. Things will come to you. And some have. Some have come, some have solidified. Some things are fading as time goes on more. This is unfortunate. I assume that's just the way it is. But the other thing is, the guy from Bloomingdale, there's another blue vehicle on it. Don't.
Guy from Bloomingdale with a blue vehicle with a Washington plate. All right.
Really recall how long before anything was, or after, or during, whatever the fuck, right? I know that before summer vanished at some point. When they show up, people walking shit, trying to get a line on, trying to measure out the feed, etc.
Okay, so he's gotten out of the vehicle and
Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
No, go ahead. You can say what I don't know what she just said. I'm gonna have you. I'll play it. Will you play it back in a minute when you're done? Okay.
Absolutely.
They show up. He's walking shit.
Hold on, Deets had something in red there.
Was, or after, or during, whatever the fuck, right? I know that before summer vanished.
So now she doesn't know when the guy from Bloomingdale was there. Okay.
At some point. When they show up. He's walking shit, trying to get a line on, trying to measure out the feed, etc. I think I even offered the guy a couple tools known to use, including a little measure with wheels and all that, and blah, 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 that I purchased the damn self. Monsters.
Oh my god.
So she's offering the guy tools to measure with, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why do you suppose she did talk to him. She offered him her self-purchased surveying tools. Right. Jenny, if you got a moment, you should come up.
Oh,
But
I would love for her to.
yeah, but why is she treating this guy differently than she's treating other people? Why is she offering this guy tools, but why isn't she offering Jackie Dobbs
Right?
tools?
That's what I want to know too, because she was so horrible to Jackie. She wouldn't help him with anything. This
No,
guy comes rolling up, and they don't like the city people, right? Jodi hates the city people. She calls them city ass looking, whatever she says. So, if you're not from her neck of the woods, you're a city ass mofo. And that's just the way it goes. So she doesn't like other people at all coming into her community in her, neighborhood and whatnot. But she wants to help this man. This is not a true story. She's lying through her teeth.
I agree, and I think that becomes pretty apparent
Yeah. Yeah.
as
Yeah.
as we deduce it more and more. Yogi, allegedly, maybe the guy was good looking. I don't. He brings her gifts. Maybe it's someone she already know. I mean, he's from Tennessee, so it could be someone she already knows. There's Jenny right there. Hello, Clarice.
Hey, Jenny.
How you doing?
Hello.
So let me ask you really quick. Why do you think? Do you think? Let's for a second assume this is a true story. Why would she be treating this gentleman differently than she treats anyone else?
Because he's a fantasy gentleman.
Okay.
Fantasy gentleman.
So this is interesting too, because people were thinking, oh, Blue of Dawn and the red, right? Well, Blue of Dawn also has a blue car, so that's kind of convenient for her to do that, right?
I think
I mean,
so.
it's very convenient. Wow.
Did you see the post from Blue of Dawn's son that was on Facebook that was asking people? Okay, I sent that to Chasing earlier. She posted that. I didn't know if you guys had seen it.
Well, you know that there's a blue car in that photo, Jenny.
Yeah,
So
that's
this new
what it
car
was.
is popping up, and Jodi is literally, I believe, building off of what she sees around. That it's so screwed up. She's doing all this on Summer's name. Like,
Yeah.
how could you even ever live with yourself?
It's ridiculous. She's like going off. I mean, she's way into this thing tonight.
What is she going off
Way
about?
into it. Well, I don't know. I got 2 new nicknames tonight.
You do?
Yeah, I got to put in with you for a minute. One of our mods, she says, I guess we sent in to infiltrate so that she could give us information to hack something of hers.
Oh my God. No one's hacking anything. She's so full of crap all the time. Nobody is
I know.
hacked.
I think she just actually wants to get hacked, just maybe to see how it feels. I don't know, but like she keeps saying she's been hacked all these times, and
She
like
knows
not once.
Hacked.
She knows that I've done that before. Like when I was younger, I've done that.
But what did you do? Like DDoS punts in AOL chat rooms? Like it's simple to do.
No, I did not do
Don't
it.
worry about it, Jenny. Please don't worry about what she says, because she's so full of shit. You're not the
Oh,
suspect.
I'm not.
Don't forget that.
Oh, Tiffany, I love my new nicknames. I think
What
it
is
was Blue Giggle was one.
Blue
and
Giggle?
Blue
Blue
Giggle?
Squeaker. Blue Squeaker was the other one. They're both very unoriginal.
Well, that's better than Slithers. Don't you say?
Oh my gosh, I was talking to Tiffany last night and I was like, oh yeah, we watch a horror movie every night and we just watch Slither. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry, Tiffany.
I was like, is that where she got the name from? Miss Jodi over there loves Ed Gein.
I know, right?
You
I
know
was
what?
like, I'm so sorry, Tiffany.
You want to hear the real deal? Like, it's funny you guys are saying that this is all a lie and all this other shit because she started talking about this white dog and this fucking blue car. And you know what I immediately started to think about? The movie Cell with
Yeah.
Vincent D'Onofrio. And I'm like, this bitch, she must have just watched a Jennifer Lopez movie.
She probably did.
She probably did.
It's fun to
She
try to
thinks
figure
she's
out.
J-Lo and enough.
Yeah. It's fun to try to figure out which movie she's watched recently or which character she's trying to play, like from what book or movie or whatever, because it's over the top when you figure it out. It's like, oh my gosh, that's exactly what she's doing. She really does live in a fantasy world, big time.
I got to bring up this other picture just for Tiffany. There we go.
That fits Jodi. That one right there. That is Jodi all day long. I'm gonna put my Morticia photo up too. Just
Oh, I love it. Did you guys see her Plenty of Fish photo shoot from earlier tonight?
yes, I did.
We were entirely disgusted by all of it too.
Like, what the crap is she doing?
I don't know
And
why
it's
she
her head.
on YouTube. I've never done that before. I only
Hey,
heard
Josh,
her posted like a
if
full
you could come
blown.
back maybe in like a half hour, sir, I'll open it up for anybody else that wants to come up. But
Oh,
we really
he's a
did.
little kid, Benny. He's a little kid. He's like very young, I believe. He's went on Prayer Gardens last night. He's sweetheart, but he's from England, I think, and he's a young one, like very young.
Is it
like,
Josh 18?
yeah.
Just he went on shares too, and they had to kick him off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a
This 21 or old around here, buddy. Sorry.
yeah, like I told Prayer Garden, you better not be swearing on here. Young little viewers in your audience.
I apologize.
I had no idea he was 18.
You're so funny, Benny.
Look, I don't know who's molier, Divine or Jodi Stool.
I think
Divine's drawn on, actually.
You said you think Jodi Stools is drawn on?
No, Divine.
Oh yeah, I agree. Wholeheartedly.
Beauty marks, right?
I do love them eyebrows. They look like the front grill on a Corvette.
Well, hold on. Which set of eyebrows?
These ones.
No, look, there's two.
Oh shit, there is two. Sure the hell is two.
I was like, which eyebrows? Which ones?
You are a hell of a sleuth. Let me tell you that. Damn. Let's get to the bottom of this bullshit here really quick.
Yeah, let's do it.
Usage of. I don't really recall if monsters there or not, or if it's just you with me, or if I went down by myself. I don't fucking really know. Just kept wondering how I got there, right? Turns out, like, most of the time he was in there. Because I walk him to the pins and stuff, right? And show him property, etc.
How many people did you show the property to, Jodi?
Nice enough.
Hey,
Yes.
that is such a lot. You know good and damn well. She did not go down there and, oh, here, you can borrow my surveying tools. Let me show you this property that I'm going to be irate about.
Yeah,
If
let me
anybody
invite you to this
buys it.
property that if you have children and they step on my property, I'm going to smother them.
Well, no, she was going to smother her own baby because of the radiation.
Oh,
She was
right.
going to not help a child that fell off the cliff.
That's
that
right.
belonged to someone else. Yeah,
That's right. They better know how to run those roads. It's like 45 minutes to a trauma center, right?
You've got to get your child abusing techniques down, you know. When you're talking about her.
That's glamour shots. Oop, that's from tonight. We won't do that one yet.
Kind of explains to me where he lives in Bloomingdale, right? And I keep wondering how Nelly got there. Then after a bit, this newer blue car drives in. And they're looking for him.
A newer blue car drives in.
Then after a bit, this newer blue car drives in. And they're looking for him.
They're looking for him.
Because apparently they fucked up the man.
Who are they looking for?
The guy in the blue car sounds like, I think.
After a bit, this newer blue car drives in. They're looking for him. Because apparently
So
they fucked
another,
up.
yeah,
So
another
that's two
one.
cars,
Yeah. He had lost
right?
what he thought
Damn it.
was the start.
Is that what you're
Is
gathering,
blue-
ladies? Two blue
Is
cars?
blue? Yeah, but is blue across from red on the color wheel? Because it seems like she's trying to do the same thing with the opposite color.
Right.
Like, it was a red flash, and there was a red truck, and then there was the red truck, and there's 3 red trucks.
I don't think she committed to it being a truck until Ansley called it a truck, right? She was like, and they heard a truck door slam. She had always
that's even a different one. We don't know what color she heard that door slam as. We don't know what shape and color the door slam was. But there was a
door.
We've got the red flash going up the driveway. The door slam was on the other side, actually in that serpentine driveway that goes through 125 property. And then there was the guy that was just coming up and down Ben Hill at the same time every day, within a foot of her. He passed within a foot of her, which means she was probably hit with the side mirror every single day.
Every time.
When she passed.
Oh, is that what all those bruises are from? Shit.
Forehead on that mirror every day for 2 weeks.
Oops.
Somebody's savage.
What a forehead slip.
Is that what those bruises are from?
So we got a guy in there with a fluffy dog that's never seen dirt in his whole ass life. Then we got another blue car come in looking for that guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's push forward.
Wait, there's a blue van somewhere.
Holy shit, so we got 2 blue cars and a blue van?
Mm-hmm. And 18 red trucks.
Somebody asked in the discussion area what kind of car 423 Chase drove. And I can tell you, when I rode with him, he drove a white Honda Civic. But that's not to say that he wouldn't have had access to another car, theoretically, being a shade tree mechanic.
When he went to the swimming hole, he did a video and he was walking toward his car and it was a black truck. And Chase told me that he had access to all kinds of vehicles because of his work and whatnot. So I know that Penny was definitely told the same things.
And I actually have a picture of Brad speaking with an older lady. I know a lot of us have seen it. This older gal, she's in a sort of silverish blue van. I'm not saying it's connected in any way, but I'm just saying I've seen it.
Yeah, I've seen that photo. I remember that one.
Yeah, that was a silverish blue van. And it was hard to really dictate who the lady was in the van, but there was that, the fact that photo saw the light of day was problematic. I can tell you that much. So,
can I ask a quick question of my co-tragedy Pimpville friends here? Are we? Are any of us tonight flip scripting or poor meaning?
Not extreme. Not extreme.
I don't think I've heard any of that.
No. Is that what she's saying?
Yeah.
Wait, say it again.
Tragedy Pimpville, we're doing flip script and poor meaning over here. Because she's mean to us.
Script or what? Is she flipping her script and we're flipping it back? Is that what she's talking about?
I've not shared my Cash App one time.
Yay, because it's cash money that don't bang or something. Yeah. All I know is it means wild girl.
She doesn't even know what's being said right now, so I don't know what she's even mad about.
Yeah, she's slowed down now to about a 1.25, what would normally be a 1.25.
She
But
simmered.
she was going hard earlier.
Can somebody tell me, can we take in a clothing drive for solid colored shirts? This shirt pisses me off more than any shirt in Jodi Sue's wardrobe. It is a half black, half red shirt. She wore it pretty much every
She's
other
gonna wear
day
it all the
last
time now.
season, and
That's
it
what
is come out.
It's a Harley Quinn hoodie.
Came out with the Thanksgiving decorations this year.
You don't even know anybody with a Harley.
Oh no, a Harley Quinn.
Oh,
yes, she's a Harley Quinn.
Oh yeah, you gotta know it's gonna be some kind of comic book or movie. But Fizzle, her favorite shirt.
Why? That's all. I think they might be
Fizzle's favorite.
I agree, Swamp.
Fizzle's favorite is the lifesaver.
Oh my god, she's gonna accuse me of that now.
Cruella.
All right, so it's her most treasured shirt now. Lord.
Yeah,
It's the one.
her Pat gave it to her.
Oh my god. It does
I'm
the
not
same
making fun of Pat, by the way.
CSI. It drives me insane. It gives me like agita. That shirt. I just want her to change it. Like, come on.
Flip it inside out or something.
You know, I feel really uncomfortable watching her when she has cleavage. So I'm okay with this and anything else
All right.
that comes up that high. But I totally feel you, Tiffany. I totally feel you. I know. I just feel uncomfortable. I don't, you know.
That's that bracelet I was talking about right there, Tiffany. The one with the coins on it. Yeah.
Yep.
If we get a good look at it, I'll make sure to pause it.
I got some really good photos of that tonight, actually.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did.
Good. I'll take khakis and wine over this shit.
Look at how she could totally be the picture on the right.
She totally could.
I mean, she could pull off Divine on Halloween, no?
Oh, yeah. She could pull off Divine on Tuesday.
She'd have to wax her eyebrows pretty heavily.
Well, she wants to get the upward flow trend going, so I mean, she might as well.
You could just brow pencil one of these here ravines.
You know, Jodi could really do such great makeup with her eyebrows. I think she could do a lot with those bad boys, but
You think so?
oh yeah, you could fix those up. Oh yeah, they'd be easy to do. There's so much there to work with. I'm being serious.
Quite the palette.
You're grown out perfectly to do whatever you would really need to do with an eyebrow.
I could do anything.
I saw this piece of cat poop you were talking about right here.
Yeah, I told you it looks like cat poop.
No, I thought it was a lion. I thought it was. And I asked her, actually, she was on my panel, and I was like, I remember she got very offended, and I wasn't trying to offend her at all. But I said, is that a lion on your arm? Because it does from far away. It looks like a lion, you know? And I actually just looked at it tonight. She's always in the dark. She sits by the kerosene heater. You can't see shit. So it looks like a tiger, you know? And I saw it with some.
Okay, I see it. Yeah.
With a butterfly hanging off of it. It does
I
look
got
like
the eye of the tiger.
I'm the one that called that cat poop.
I don't think
I did.
You're gonna suffer for the rest of your life by Jodi Sue.
It doesn't look. I was like, did Pickles like poop on her elbow, like inside her elbow?
That tattoo also, like you didn't know that was a sunflower? No, it's wilting. I didn't. It looks like it's going to lose its petals all at once. So I didn't know
that that's what you did when you have an RSO do your tattoo.
It looks
you
like
get
something
food and a lion head.
Get what you pay for.
It's a wad of soggy cat hair.
Like I wouldn't be able to do that with the purples, right? So listen, if I had that tattoo on my arm, I would forever be matching my clothes to it because it's so big that if you wear something that doesn't match it,
It's just floating in the air. It's not attached to anything.
What Tiffany's saying, if you wear something that doesn't match it, like
Classic.
what she has on,
You're clashing.
like exactly what she has on right now,
Like, look at it.
it's a problem.
It doesn't go together. And like, I just
And it
don't know
certainly
how
doesn't go with a blue bra.
They're black.
But
That's all.
it certainly doesn't go with a blue bra either.
Look, hold on.
Like nothing matches.
That was the this picture here has to be from,
This one was.
it's a Snapchat picture, I'm pretty sure. Snapchat always brushes you up real nice.
Why does she look like she's all fuzzy on her neck?
She's a little fuzzy back there.
I told you guys it's for plenty of fish.
She needs a little shave, baby.
God bless. All right. Holy cow. She got enough lip grease on for all of fucking Cambodia.
That was
Oh my God.
that was funny when you just pulled it back right from that to what she's doing right now.
Hold on.
You that
Oh
day?
yeah, side by side them.
That night. Oh man.
Okay.
Shit.
Because apparently they put that yeah, he had walked what he thought was the start and the lines. That's what he was trying to do. What he had. Anyway, he even laughed and called out. Right? He was like, "Oh yeah, they fucking lied." And I mean, we were all belly rolling both of them. I mean, he was like, "Wow."
So she had a good belly roll with the guy. That's good.
Well, she said we were all belly rolling. There's always going to be a crowd with her when something. We were all laughing our asses off. We were all doing this. We were all this, and it's her. It's just her. It's always just her.
And all of the characters she brings with her, right? I mean, because
Yeah.
at this point,
Good
at this
point.
point, what we have is essentially we have a man in a blue car with a dog that I'm guessing at this point may be out of the car, seeing some dirt in his whole ass life.
He might be dirty now.
He might be dirty now. And then we've got someone else in another blue car. Well, we don't even have just one. We just can assume one person's driving it. So we have another blue car with occupant or occupants who we've now entered into the scene too. So there's at least 3 of them, right?
Possibly, allegedly. We don't actually know what day it is though.
Or from
That's right. We have no fucking clue what day this is. Now,
Jenny. Do you know where the
Oh,
second
okay.
came from?
No, it just popped in out of nowhere.
In this here?
Yeah, it was like another blue car came down there to get them.
yeah.
Oh my god.
I was like, what?
So now you've got 2 blue cars.
I didn't catch that the first 2 times I watched this.
It's hard. It's so much.
It's difficult, right? Like
It is.
part of the issue is how close or far back she is from her device. That really makes things difficult. Now, when she does the lean in, it's helpful. Or when she's a little upset, it's more helpful. Like when she, like this shit, like it's very hard to decipher, for fuck's sake.
When
I was,
she's triggered, it's so much easier on us.
I was listening to her. I had to run an errand the other night and I put this on in the car and I thought that my Bluetooth was broken. I couldn't hear Jodi. Okay. Like literally had my speakers up to 40, which is the highest they go. And I'm like, I'm going to blow my speakers out. Like if I don't forget to turn this down, like, fuck this, I'm not watching it anymore. So I shut it off because I was listening in the car, right? You couldn't hear anything. Then I turned it back on when I left the store and I could hear the cat breathing, but I couldn't hear her talking. I could just hear mumbling, but I could hear her cat breathing over her talking.
I know
Her
what you're
cat
talking
is
about.
louder than her.
Yeah.
Does he appear to be getting worse?
I believe that the cat is in some distress. I do.
Yeah,
I
I do
agree.
too.
It's sad. And what are you going to do? I don't know what she does. She's going to have another animal on her hands to add to the animal farm there. The animal body farm she's collecting.
Oh,
There was a report at some point
It's terrible.
you were referring to it that Dave Rader, right? Did you want to speak on that?
Yeah. So there was an interview that Judy Ron had done a long time ago with Dave Rader and Twyla, right? They talked about all of these animals, dead animals that they came upon. Does anybody in chat remember this?
God, there were hundreds, right?
Over 100, I believe, is what they said. Did you say you thought it was 100? I'll die. I don't even know if it's 100.
Because there's all the squirrels and all that.
That stresses me out so bad.
So
I'll go back and find the live stream, but
hey, Chasing.
So people do remember it in chat. You heard about the horse. Oh my God, I forgot about the horse.
What?
The buried horse.
Tell me.
Well, I don't know what they're doing out there. Also, did Andy ever admit to bringing home roadkill for Jodi? Does anybody know the answer to that? I didn't listen to every word Andy said.
Say what now?
Did he ever say that Jodi had asked him to pick up roadkill and bring it home for her? I know that sounds a horrible question.
I don't know, but I think I get what you're getting at, right? For bones and things like that, right?
Can you tell me about the horse?
Not even for that reason. I am only asking because somebody told me that Andy said this, and I just want to know if he did. Because if he brought home roadkill for her, that's really concerning.
Dead
I don't know.
Horse at the edge of one of the ponds.
Yeah. So, like, my husband does artwork and stuff, and he buys coyote toe bones, sometimes to use for stuff.
Yeah.
So he would never pick up roadkill, though.
My God, no, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to call the Department of Environmental Management for roadkill if it's serious, you know?
Yeah.
But
I don't know. I think he's going to do another live soon. So that's a good question to have on the list.
Somebody said, hold on, it was up here. CSI said yes. So Andy told me that. Look, CSI, do you remember exactly what he said to you? So she says at 12:36 a.m. Yes. Andy told me that. I can't highlight it, but first time it happened, he was going to move it off the road. Then she asked him to keep it for her. Why? What kind of animal was it, CSI? Do you know? All right. Wow.
So there was more than one time. First time.
She's collecting dead animals off the road. Dude, what the fuck?
For what?
I have
I do know some people do.
I've heard there's the organizations that
taxidermy and stuff.
Yeah, that. And there's the organizations. There were multiple. I don't know the types. There's So if there's multiples, it's not like they're deer, right? It's not like the potable meat, right? So like, it is very fucking strange. Now I don't. It doesn't look as if he's relaying the story to Piper as if she's a collector of exotic furs, right? I can understand. Maybe it's
skunk fur.
Or like, no, he's like, what does this woman want me to bring this shit home for? Like,
she said there were multiple. I don't know the types. Multiple carcasses of animals off the road.
He said yes.
Well, same thing.
Immediately when I asked him, he said yes. And he said yes. I said, you know why she wanted it? And he said had to pick up a deer one time.
Now, a deer I can understand.
So for deer meat, maybe?
But not, I mean, like, what else are you going to eat off the side of the road besides a deer or maybe a turkey?
Why would you ever eat? Do people eat roadkill? I've never heard of that. I'm sorry.
They do, but you got to, like, you can't, like, it's
you're not supposed to. Like, even, like, people who eat stuff like possum, and they trap them and feed them like corn for a while to clean their system out before they eat them. Yeah. My best friend's dad was Cajun
You're
Creole.
so killing me. Do you think Jodi Stew is making her Sunday stew?
Ooh.
I'm just very taken back because the way that it's being relayed is that it seems a little shocking to Andy that he's having to bring
Wife
this.
was asking him to bring home Roadkill.
Look, I'll be honest with you. It seems like he did whatever it took to keep the peace. And like people can like him, believe him, don't believe him, or whatever. But I'm totally serious when I said that is the entire feeling.
No, I believe that because he was like, I'll pick you up, so you don't have to stand in the heat too long. Like he seemed like he was very courteous to her.
Or supplicative, one of the two. The flowers, the special ones they had to drive and get.
Yes, and the what do you call it? So, okay, all right.
I'm asking about demon summoning. Hold on.
Are you talking to Andy right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Chatting in Messenger. Adrian,
you probably was scared of her. What would you do if, like, your significant other was asking you to pick up Roadkill and bring it home to her? Like, that is.
Is he watching?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Do you want me to ask him to come over? I'll be honest. Last time he came over here to watch was when
he had a bad day today.
The picture of his family was put up.
By who?
I guess.
I know which one you mean. The one sitting on the couch. That one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it upset him, and he just left. He was like,
"All right,
man.
Yeah, I don't want to further him have a worse day. So.
No, and this has nothing to do with.
I don't think he had a bad day.
I don't think.
Piper said he may have had a bad day. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I need to read what's going on. No. I think he, because he had a bad day yesterday, but like I was thinking today was better. That's why I was like, oh no, what happened? I missed it.
So, when these things with these blue vehicles have transpired, do we have any sort of retort or rebuttal from Andy about at least one of these blue vehicles? Because this is the deal. If I don't think I'm going to go out on a limb and say Andy doesn't know about the blue vehicle, because
the only blue vehicle I believe that was Andy's cousin that had a blue van or something, and that came from Jodi. Did that come from Jodi?
Yeah, it did, and I don't know what. Oh, Andy said it was for art. I don't know. I just did what she asked, and I didn't give 3 fucks what she wanted it for.
All right, so for art,
he gave 2. He said art. I don't know, like
art.
I guess it's art. Like he's saying, like I guess I don't know.
Oh, he's talking about the animal, right? Or the blue van. Sorry, I was on the blue van already. Okay, so what kind of artwork was she doing? Like, I don't know. I've never seen the inside of her house. Was she just hanging animals all over the place? Roadkill? Like, let me just bring home Roadkill. Why don't you go do like everybody else does and shoot them and then bring them home? Why do they have to be slaughtered on the side of the road and, beaten into the ground or bloody pulp to have them decorated? You know what I mean?
Right.
This seems like a lot of extra work to stitch them back together.
Like actually a job for the Department of Environmental Management, because you're not supposed to. I mean, you can move Roadkill off the road, but you're not allowed to bring it home and eat it.
Oh my God.
That's a public health issue, right?
Yikes. Andy said, what's going on now? We asking for Roadkill.
We're just talking about the Roadkill you're bringing Jodi home.
Adrian said, I'm painting. I don't know why Jenny's talking about Roadkill. That's weird as fuck, though, that she wanted you to bring home Roadkill.
Oh my God. I know. How did you do that? Well, I mean, he did it. That's crazy. I mean, for
I don't
art.
know.
Art. What kind were they? Bunnies? Were they squirrels? Were they skunks? Raccoons? Possums?
I don't
Or were
think he
they?
was saying. I don't think he was saying it was art. He was like art. I don't know. Like because I said, is it for art? Is it for this? So I'm sorry. He said art. I don't know.
Did you ever see her dig up land and bury them?
Ooh, I wonder. I wonder if you've ever
how's
seen
she
her
with
dig
a
up an
shovel?
animal. Like,
Is Jodi good? Is Jodi good with a shovel? Did she bury them and shit when she got home? I wonder.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Kick
I have so many
myself.
questions.
I know. I'm just like, I mean,
It's legal? Oh, so it's legal to bring home roadkill in every state except Texas. Well, I didn't know that.
I agree. Somebody said here they pass roadkill all the time, hogs, and they live 45 minutes from Ben Hill.
All right.
Very interesting. Let's check out the rest of this here from the driveway.
Sorry, we got sidetracked by roadkill.
He mentioned that somewhere she couldn't remember if it was or they couldn't remember if it was in the front or in the back, where she mentions that the person in the blue car is someone wealthy, basically someone that locals from the area might know or would know.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Like, if it's somebody local to the area that's got money that people would know, seems like it might be pretty easy to substantiate whether or not it's actually even real.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, so to speak.
What they're selling versus what it actually is versus, I'm like, oh yeah. Anyway, Bloomingdale gets in the car with this much younger female, and
Bloomingdale gets in the car with this. Could Bloomingdale be his name?
No.
She's just calling
He
him
was from Bloomingdale. He told her that he was from Bloomingdale. And Bloomingdale is in Sullivan County, but she said his car had Washington County plates.
anyway, Bloomingdale gets in the car with this much younger female and drive away.
So she doesn't
Hold
mention the woman, only the dog up until this point.
Right.
Wait, that sounds very similar to Fred's story
What was Fred's story?
about. He said Andy came home at 3:00, and there was a much younger woman in another car. You know what I'm saying? Like that whole thing. That it's just kind of strange.
Well, I mean, she lives right there. Why not take a ride through Bloomingdale and find out who the hell the guy is if you're so fucking worried about it, Jodi? I mean, get the hell in the car and go drive around there and find the guy. Can't be that hard.
Tiffany,
I mean,
a simple Google search. A simple Google search could probably tell her.
The other dynamic is that when she says he's with a much younger woman,
yeah.
It's on the verge of like this guy's married and shouldn't be with her. It's almost
it makes it sus.
It
Like,
does.
A much younger.
A little
Summer
edge
was
to
much
add
younger
to
than
it.
he was.
Oh, was it a younger girl? Like, was it that kind of situation? Because she's got to make it sound that way, you know? She's got to make
Yeah.
she's got to throw a little bit more sketch to the guy.
It's nefarious. Like either she's too young or he's cheating on his wife or it's something, like she's putting a spin on it, I mean, I don't know. That's very strange.
Yeah, so they're
This sounds like it's from a movie. It sure does. Like fucking Fear and Loathing.
yeah, but as time goes on, maybe it was one of these other blue cars. Maybe it's one of those that came back. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's that. Right? It's part of the puzzle. It's the pieces, the fires, the things, and you wonder. Right? And you wonder.
Maybe you constantly make up stuff in a missing child's case. Absolutely, Deets.
Yep.
If you guys aren't subscribed to Deets in the Streets, please go check it out.
I love this October feel.
They got to the NHR. Anyways, I don't know. Like, let me ask the question I ask all the time. Oop, that's not it. How many days from June 15th till today? Should be 475.
June 15th, 2021. Yeah.
Yep, 475 days.
476 days today.
Yep. That's a long time. It's a really long time.
It sure is.
It seems like, and I've said this so many times, it seems like when it concerns Jodi, if any of what she says is true, it seems like it'd be very easy to clear her as a suspect, wouldn't it? I mean, even just one simple thing could clear her. There's not even one simple thing they can clear her by. Like, how involved is this woman, do you think? Because I think you have to lend some credence to the idea. You have to still lend credence. Like, a lot of us think, oh, well, she's not involved because, XYZ, she doesn't know anything. Like, the police may think she still knows something. I mean,
I go back and forth, Mandy.
Me
like
too.
One day I feel like she doesn't have anything to do with it, and then that she's just crazy. You know what I mean? And then another time, like, oh my God. Like, sometimes I just feel like, oh my God. Yeah.
I really do. I think something happened, and I think Jodi Sue knows something. And I'll just leave it as simple as that. And I'm being extremely fair and just saying she knows something. I think I'm pretty confident at this point. There would be absolutely no reason.
Put her in the cover-up aspect of it. Would it not?
Say what?
If she knew anything at this point that, let's say, law enforcement didn't know, that would at least make her culpable in a cover-up.
I think it's even more than that, but yeah.
Allegedly, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I'm losing faith in the police a little bit, so I don't know. I feel like I don't know, but I go through that sometimes where.
Oh, I feel the same way, Tiffany, and I hate feeling that way.
I've really been such a cheerleader for law enforcement. I've always I don't say a bad word about them. I think that they've really tried to do everything that they can, but this is not good enough for summer. It cannot be good enough for summer. They have to do better. And I'm not critiquing them, but what is going on here? Because if they're not paying attention like we are, then there's a major problem. And I just hope they're watching shit and paying attention to these people. That's all. At least for Summer's sake. I mean, somebody's got to be on her case paying attention to this.
I agree.
Pretty much all of the activity from the suspects involved in this case or around this case has gone on here on YouTube very actively. So they're probably not used to that, right? I don't really think I've ever seen anything quite like Jodi Sue in cases though online, but this is probably interesting for them to keep track of, I would think. I mean, imagine how do they even clock out if they go home and they know that shit's going on and they want to keep tabs on something? Do you know what I mean? I think that a lot of them are probably bringing this home with them every single night.
Well, there's a couple of things, Tiffany, right? Because bigger police forces, Miss Kylie in the water, and a bigger police force let Brian Laundrie leave his house.
Mm-hmm.
So that just makes me so nervous.
Well, this is the thing though, I don't know. I just have so much faith in the TBI. I really think that they are pretty stellar and amazing. How did they not find her?
Yeah.
The problem is I think you really got to wonder, like, how is it possible that Summer completely disappeared from anywhere, the face of the earth at this point? And they don't have a clue where she is.
Do we know
That's
if
terrifying.
or
Like, really think about that. Terrifying.
yeah, it is.
And
Absolutely.
if Candace were targeted, if they were targeted, let's say this is a targeted situation, like, what a sad story all the way around for everybody, because I mean, it's all kind of going on right in front of our faces. And even Jodi said this was one of the statements that she said that really stuck in my head, was that they looked so guilty that it would be easy to convict them with no body and no evidence. And she laughed, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, like, holy shit, who would say something like that? If you were the neighbor of a missing child, would you talk about how easy it would be to get Don and Candace charged because they just look guilty anyway?
Tiffany, she has said so many things about them.
I know.
It's unbelievable. I'm with you there.
It's just like, those are the things that like pull me in, where I'm like, what the fuck is going on? You know?
Like, what is going on?
Something, because she's still sitting here and everybody is looking at her. So something is going on here. I mean, it's kind of clear to see.
I mean, you and also you've got this Deets. Is that still pinned? Super local and a power couple. That's what she describes. That's what she describes the older gentleman with the white dog and the young lady. A super local and a power couple. Be very interested to know who that was, not for the sake of thinking that it's someone that's involved, but I believe it's someone that she's trying to involve. Like, and it's, you know, it's so vague in its description that, you know, it's, you never will be able to pinpoint it unless she were specifically to tell you. But it's just, I don't get it. Like, she's really placed an emphasis on how sought after, I agree, how sought after she wants people to think that this property is. Like, it's not sought after at all, right? Like, anyone that's, you know, I mean, anyone that, like I said, that can get there by vehicle, you're going to get there and make the opinion very quickly just by looking up the hill. Like, man, that's a shithole, right? Like, I don't know why she keeps doing this. You know, there's so many different aspects that I don't understand, but this one is a strange one with the blue car, because, you know, you've got a blue car that's around and you just don't know how it fits into the timeline or where it's just, it's all a mess. It's all a mess.
All she says is that it was the day of.
Correct.
But we're hearing about it month 16.
And the interesting part about it being on day 475, 476 is that now you've got 4 other eyes that were in the area. You know, and you wonder, like,
Jeez, it's even more descriptive on the red truck, don't you think?
Very descriptive. I mean,
yeah.
She would be able to say the name of this gentleman, allegedly. And you know, you just wonder, has this person been interviewed? You know what I mean? Like, she can't, the things that she's tried to keep private, like seeing the boys at the end of the road, that was supposed to remain private only for the investigation. And you wonder, like, does this hold that same weight? I mean, I wonder, does this statement about the blue car hold the same weight? Because she's not spoke of it till this point. So you almost wonder, is the fact that it's been omitted up until day 476 or 474 or whatever it was, does that mean that there's a heavy emphasis on this vehicle? Certainly
I
could,
don't.
it's what it seems like, almost like she's painted it up as this, this thing, like this older guy with this fluffy white dog. It's perfect. It doesn't mention the young lady that's with him the whole time until you get towards the end of the situation. Like, it's leaving the lady out, right? But then you've got this other blue car that's looking for him. Was the lady in that blue car? I don't know. I mean, it's all a mess. Good night, Yogi. It's all a mess, but it's all brand new at the same time. She said blue car. Candace did refer to a blue van, not a blue car, correct.
Somebody just said in the chat that Hawkins County has not turned it over to the TBI. What? I thought that was done on like day 2, 1, 3.
Well, I think it had been, correct, Jenny? Well, so you gotta look at it this way.
They never lost it.
It is strange because I don't know who I mean, because Ronnie Lawson is making all of the media. He's doing all the media expose. So with him doing all the media expose, to the untrained eye and ear, it may look like, or it may appear that he has control of it. Meanwhile, when you call about tips, you're certainly going to call 1-800-TBI find. And that's the interesting dynamic, is because the information is going to root at TBI theoretically. You don't see any 1-800 Hawkins County stuff. So theoretically, everything goes to TBI, and then whatever the need to know basis is. I don't know if it's a cascading, like as soon as TBI gets it, they give it straight to Ronnie Lawson. I don't know. I sure hope that there would be some sort of disengagement there, to a degree. I don't know, but
it seems like it has gone back and forth in
correct.
News stories. Like, it was, okay, now it's in Hawkins County's hands, now it's in TBI's hands. It's done that a couple of times. But
I
Benny,
think that's because of the chain of people that it's gone through. But I ultimately believe it is the TBI, because the last time Ronnie Lawson spoke on it, they said that the TBI was handling it. That they don't even take phone calls. Like, all the TBI has to go to TBI, right? So I don't believe the FBI has left this case at all. I don't think we've heard that they're out for good. So, I mean, I say Ronnie's definitely got a lot of people above him, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. Benny, she finna cry in a camper.
Right now?
She finna cry in a camper?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
Why?
She was just crying, so you might want to go back a little bit. I don't know, something about when you see a vehicle.
Oh my God.
Bless her heart.
Bless it.
Oh
dear. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Yeah, she cleanses it with fire, and we'll just bless it with some holy water.
I don't know, Loaf. You might want to shut the whole ass up.
The whole ass.
Everything's a whole ass to her.
I just heard a minute ago. I went in there to get coffee. I couldn't get back in here fast enough. I was like, she finna cry in the camera.
She finna cry.
Put up Alien Warnos again. It goes so much better with that one.
All right. It does certainly bring in the mood.
It's so crazy because they're so similar. It's almost
they are
uncanny,
Like, if Eileen Wernos and Trash Tammy had a baby.
Oh my God.
That
Divine's from when she's gussied up.
That's it. She ain't gussied up right now. That's right.
Whomever's responsible.
Whoever's responsible.
I want to be there to watch. I mean, not just to see it done, but to.
I think you were already there to watch.
Why did
I heard she liked to watch.
Uh-huh.
Why did she laugh at that? Because when I said that, I didn't laugh. Because she don't mean it. She wants to be there to watch.
Look, she's seen other people cry. And she goes, this is what they do when the water comes out. That's what she's doing right now.
She's forcing the water out her face.
Face water. This is how they make the face water come.
She probably went to the Halloween store and got the thing that puts out fake tears. I wouldn't even doubt it. She's squeezing on that little ball there that comes down through her eyeglasses.
Look, she closed her. Like she closed her eyes, and what she's doing right now is pulling those tiny hairs on the back of her neck.
Her fuzzies.
She's probably picking a scab she's about to eat.
Oh God! That was horrible.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I think the most gross shit with her, like.
Yeah. Petey said it, and we're the tragedy pimps. Yeah.
Look, they are dead ringers for each other, y'all. Like, I can't even with these motherfuckers. Look. That damn. Ooh. Let's bring Michael Vaughn home, please. Yeah, let's bring that little boy home. They are dead fucking ringers for each other. I mean, geez.
Dude, if they had those lip vacuums back when Eileen was, around, they would look just alike.
Oh, hell yeah.
Best friends.
Shit, yeah. If she would have sucked on a shot glass, she'd have, hell yeah. I mean, they got the same haircut. It's like 1986 Metallica.
Yeah, I think Eileen's hair is a little better, actually.
Yeah, I do too. Eileen, she seemed healthy.
Yeah. Fizzle said, Jenny, didn't you say she was accusing us of telling sob stories over here? Projection.
Sob stories?
Yeah, she said,
when?
Tragedy pimps are over there flipping script and saying, poor me. Nobody was doing that. But nobody literally knows.
So was she crying before this part, or is this the part she was crying in?
I think this is it. I was in the kitchen. I just heard it.
Okay. Did she snuffleupagus too?
It was a... And then it was over.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, say whatever the fuck they want about how all of us feel about justice or how it comes, or you have all these panelists and weirdos going, oh, well, Dawn said this or so and so said that, and they don't really want, whatever. But I've always been on the crew of, I think no matter which way it turns out, whoever is responsible, I think the death penalty should apply. Whether
you only say that because you know that's the right answer.
Correct. Because if you say something like Don said, then you sound fucked up.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
You gotta want
knows what that means.
Hell yeah, she knows. If you say, "Oh, I don't want anything bad to happen to him," just bring my daughter back and cut him loose. Then we know that's not the answer.
That's not the answer they're looking for.
If Chris McDonough heard that, you'd be all fucked up.
As a person, this type of monster, they're not redeemable. And they're not worth keeping in the cell either. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, she got her degree in such and such university, so she's completely qualified to make render statements like that.
Her cup must be awfully cold all the time.
Hell yeah. Just like her
Yeah.
blood.
Cold-blooded.
Oh, wait.
Oh, wait. I might have to practice that. We ain't doing it yet.
They take her DNA and it's going to closely resemble a bearded dragon.
A leopard gecko.
But there are other possibilities.
Texas fence lizard.
There are three things that were
Bad.
Speak up, MC Mumbles.
Today, Junior.
We're all gonna need new devices because of the volume being turned up all the freaking time.
The speakers are
She's
blown
gonna
out.
cost all new Androids and Apple phones for everybody. Jodi, it's on you this Christmas.
Hell yeah.
Oh my God.
I'll take a rain check, and what would constitute a rain check is if I could just write her one letter in prison. I would forgive her for blowing out all my speakers. If I could just write her one letter to prison, I would just
Forgive her for blowing out your speakers. No, I'm not even
Fuck.
gonna do that.
it would just be 7 letters, consisting 2 words. It would just be fuck you.
I really think she's gone.
I really would pay one of her cellmates to beat the cowboy shit out of her. If I could find out who her cellmate was, I swear I would work a deal.
Maybe she can hook up with Eileen.
Oh, God. Eileen dated
In the afterlife.
Sorry, I'm being bad here tonight.
Maybe she could hook up
Eileen
with Eileen's girlfriend.
Dolly.
Eileen's girlfriend?
Oh God.
The woman that had the broken arm and stuff that turned her in.
You're terrible.
And guess what? You know the name of that movie was Monster.
It was.
I had no idea
Yeah, this was a
that she
bad lady.
named all these people after Harry Potter people. Nothing. I had no idea where she was coming up with these names from.
You know, I legitimately had somebody go to Facebook. I was like, yeah, just look up the first name Voldemort.
Just look at Voldemort. I love how Beanie says
Man,
Voldemort.
you found Harry Potter. I know. I was like, wow.
You know you're a fucking nerd when you name your husband Voldemort.
But I love it when it because Beanie says Voldemort.
Voldemort, yeah.
Voldemort. That's it. It's like Voldemort.
Voldemort.
He who should not be named.
This is the face of someone that was very regretful.
Oh, my word.
Sure is.
Yeah.
Maybe we missed her crying.
Did we?
I think so.
Looks like she settled down a skosh. Let's see if we can find it. I want to see you pay for some sins this evening. Oh, we're close.
Right before. Yeah, go before. Keep going. There you go. Before that. That looks like.
Is she gonna?
With that.
Oh yeah.
No.
Very nice.
And then no matter what happens,
We're gonna go back just a little bit. We get a little buffer area. Oh, here goes the still waterworks. Hold on.
for what no. And then a vehicle or person
Oh God.
being able to stop something.
Okay. This is probably going to be something here. Are you transcribing? Do you know what she's saying right now, Jenny?
What was she saying?
I don't know. Like something's making her emotional.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, she was in rare form tonight.
She's
the whole
really
time.
you know.
Yeah. She's not well. Bless her heart. Hold on. I got to let my shit. Here we go.
Man, there's no true end.
Okay. I think we're here.
Right? There's no fucking true animal.
Here we go. Floppy forehead.
She finna cry to camper.
She finna cry in a
Because
camper.
by saying that, it separates. Because you're talking about a real little girl named Summer, and she's really innocent. And
Mm-hmm.
Yep, she
It's
is
true.
still.
and it can't be good. And you
Some
really
claws.
and
Hell yeah.
you really worry, and you really
Bacteria
turn
collectors.
into fucking haunted. And what if yourself to death every fucking day?
Wait, why is she haunted? Did she say she's haunted?
She said she's haunted and what ifs herself every single day.
You're haunted. You want to be unhaunted.
What if, Jodi? That's a good fucking point, Jodi. What if? What if?
Well, I think you remember True Romance, the movie True Romance?
Yes.
And he goes, "You're haunted. You want to be unhaunted, right? You got to tell. That's
right.
how you get unhaunted.
You got to get it off your chest. You can't be haunted by. You can't be. Yeah, there ain't no. You're a fucking neighbor.
Yeah, you can't be haunted by what you don't know.
You cannot be haunted by what you don't know. That's it. It's not logical. It's the things they're afflicted by. It's. Yeah, I mean, you cannot be haunted by something that didn't happen to you. That's probably a better way, or not a better way, but a more extensive way to say it. Like you upset about something that didn't even happen to you. But meanwhile, you also got to remember all these key statements she's made. Like, did you go to the wrong driveway? Did you get the wrong child? Like shit like that.
Oh my God, that was freaking insane. I listened to Skilo did Blood and Darkness. She did a clip of that poem that Jodi Sue wrote and tried to perform live on her, thing.
Yeah.
There's more in there every time I listen to it. Every single time. We should listen to it one night.
Yeah, we should. You're right.
We should have a dramatic reading of it. Because Skilo transcribed it. We'll have a dramatic reading.
Want some coffee with your sugar? Yes, tell the truth. Haunting goes away, Tammy. You're exactly right, lovely.
What if I had gotten out there sooner? What if I had run like a...
Now, that's the interesting part. If you'd have gotten out there any fucking sooner, you'd certainly be involved.
Yeah, so she says, if I had gotten out there a little sooner, there never would have been a 610.
A 610.
So it was 608, then 609, and now it's 610. All right, Jodi.
Well, she's saying it never would have flipped to 610. That's what I think she was trying to imply.
Like, what the hell is going to do, right? Because this is the deal. Like, if when she meets the child, the boys at the end of Ben Hill, like, once they meet there, the scene is sealed off. Unless Jodi Sue saw Candace leave, I mean, theoretically, allegedly, the searchers didn't see someone leave a second time. Someone left someone left with the child. Someone left with the child. Now,
yes.
Did she leave in a vehicle while everyone was searching? Who could know that at this point? Did she leave in a vehicle before everyone started searching? You cannot know that either. Not at this point. But what I'm here to tell you is that it doesn't make a fucking difference. 120 seconds one way or the other doesn't make a fucking difference. In my opinion. Does it, to either of you ladies, does 120 seconds one way or another make any difference to you?
Sometimes.
Sometimes?
It depends.
I mean, so let me be more specific. In this context of 608 or 610, does 2 minutes mean a shit of difference at this point?
It does. I'll tell you
Well,
why. Because Candace's post was at 6:06 p.m. So it does matter to me because Jodi first ever said, and this is only if it applies if Candace and Jodi are not being honest, right? So 6:06, you have Candace posting the photo to her cover photo. Jodi is walking down her hill. First, she said at 6:08. She always said 6:08. Never changed it until it turned into 6:09. And I noticed that, and I'm like, all right, so that puts it back. But I had already talked to her about that photo, which she tried to really divert attention away from every single time I try to talk about it. That is really important. That's the only part where 2 minutes would matter to me, Benny, because
Coming
Candace
down the
was
hill or not?
posting, huh?
Coming down the hill, I agree with you. It does. It creates a window for this chance encounter,
Just
which
for the
is
encounter, right?
correct,
Yeah.
just for the encounter. Now, in terms of 2 minutes, I guess where I stress is that 2 minutes there does create the window for the chance encounter. However, at the same time, the child's already gone.
oh, wait. No, I'm sorry. The way I said that must have been easy to misinterpret. I'm sorry. She was saying if she had known before any of this happened that there never would have been a 610, it doesn't make sense. But what she's trying to say, I believe, is that Summer would have been never gone missing. She would have never gone missing. I think that's what she's saying. Just like she would say, if it was just 2 miles this way, if they had taken her 2 miles this way, what she's trying to say is Sullivan County would have been in charge, not Hawkins. But it sounded very strange.
No, right. I agree. I agree.
That dude says weird stuff all the time.
Yeah. I mean, no, I wholeheartedly.
Loopy called her a dude the other day. I about died.
Yeah,
Lippy
like
is
You big. She said you're big mad, dude.
I love Lippy.
he's definitely tripping tonight. I can tell you that much.
What if I didn't stand there and try to talk myself out of it? Oh,
What the hell did she say?
She said if she would have, I don't go back a little bit, I think.
If I had run like I wanted to, what if I didn't stand there and try to talk myself out of it?
What if I run like I wanted to? Run where? Where were you going to run to?
Because
Damien was helping her.
do what?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, Jenny, you got it. Go ahead.
I was just saying Damien was supposedly helping her walk around just a couple hours before this. You know what I mean? So how is she running?
She said, if I would have run like I wanted to, where
Yeah.
would she be running to? What is she talking about? It's haunting her, she said. And now she's saying, if I would have run like I wanted to, run where?
What if I had gotten out there sooner? What if I had run like I wanted to? What if I didn't stand there and try to talk myself out of it?
Talk herself out of.
Oh my God. I can't with her. Listen to the shit she says. Whoa. And like, why is she here on YouTube?
Whoa. Talk herself out of what? Like, so it sounds like she talked herself out of running into a situation. Like she is making a situation right now. I mean, she's painting a situation. Like, if you close your eyes and listen to this, she's creating a situation in which she's regretful she didn't run towards. Instead, she just didn't run or I don't know what, but she's regretful at this point that she did not run towards a particular situation. Listen to this.
Is she
shit.
talking about, you know what? I'm not even going to put it out there because I don't want to even give her ideas. So I'll just shut up. But let her keep talking.
And you know, that's a beautiful thing that you identify that, because
Just because, like, a lot of people don't like. They're like, yeah, she gets ideas, and then they'll give her a great idea. I know I've given her great ideas. I know
And I
probably
don't
all.
want to do that. I try not to do that because she uses anything she can. And then I want to seriously know, like, this is actually important. Like, what the fuck is she talking about? I should have run.
Do you agree with this, Jenny? Like, doesn't it seem like just do a little deduction? She's saying she's regretful about not running into it. Something like she's not regretful she didn't just go for a random jog that day. She's regretful that at a particular time,
Maybe she's regretful that she sent Candace on the run instead of going herself.
Say that again, Jenny.
Maybe she's regretful that she sent Candace on the run instead of making it herself.
Fucking A. Could she have been in charge?
Oh, if there was a thing, she definitely was the one in charge. She was the madame, if there was a thing.
Could she have been in charge of what was going on the hill? So this is the thing. Andy says she was over there with him the night before, correct?
Yeah.
So she was there the night before.
Uh-huh.
She never would say she was there the night before, though, right? She would never put herself there the night before.
On the 14th, the night of the 14th?
Correct. Or
she did put herself there the night of the 14th.
Okay.
She said she was down by the creek with a puppy on the 14th. Candace was down there with the kids.
Dobbs came. It was Dobbs came, then the kids and everybody were down there. Is that right, Tiffany? The order?
Yep. But then if you ask her, listen, so she'll tell this story, but if you ask her, she'll say she didn't see them except for 2 days before. So she ended up talking about the night before, what she refers to as the night that Summer went missing. She actually said
they were looking
the
for
last
her
day.
or something. Mm-hmm. They said that she had, what was it? She texted her mother-in-law and said they were searching for her the night before at 9 p.m. or something.
No. So what Tiffany's talking about, that this is I gave Chase in this timestamp too, because she was wanting to know where the cobalt blue house comment was from Rue in a Facebook video. That is, she had that posted because she was thinking the cobalt blue was Blue Root Dawn, but I don't believe it is. But regardless, that's where she's talking to their old neighbors from Phillips Road. And is that what you're talking about, Tiffany, when they climbed the fence?
No, what I was talking about is when Jodi said that she saw Candace the night before with the boys. She said with the kids. She didn't just say with the boys, but she was with the boys in Summer. And there was a puppy in the creek. That was right around the same time that she had said she went to look to see if Summer was still in it. Do you remember? It was right around the same time she said that. So the night before Summer went missing, she talks about running into Candace with the kids down by the creek and that they had a puppy down there. But any other time you ask her, she'll say she did not see them on the 14th, that she saw them 2 days before.
You're absolutely right.
She essentially removes having had seen them on the 14th.
The night before.
Correct.
So the night before.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
No, I was just clarifying that I should have said it that way, but she did. She went in and out of having had been there or not.
Yeah. It's almost like she forgets the days, or gets the days mixed up, or forgets what she says. And it's so much to even process in your mind, because you have to try to figure out, is it Jodi Sue losing track of time, track of days and time or whatever, or is it the shit that she's just putting in there, taking out, removing? Yes, all the time. But it's stuff that actually matters. So, and she knows that. So,
It's troublesome. Do you have an opinion? Go ahead, Jenny. I'm sorry. I was just getting ready to ask.
I'm sorry. I just started talking. Forgive me. What I was about to say to where she screws up when they climbed over the fence to search for Summer over on Fields. The first time she says it's Summer, and then they correct her. Somebody in the car corrects her to say, no, that's when we were looking for Jackie Dobbs. And then at the end again, she says Summer. So is she just confusing the two nights? Is she confusing all of that stuff? Or is she trying, intentionally trying to muddy that?
Well, she also says at one point in time, Jenny, do you remember when she says, the last night I saw Summer was when the boys were saying, Mom, Jodi Sue's right. It's the dogs. It's the dogs. How could that be so? That would mean Summer went missing and Jodi saw her that day. She specifically said the night that Summer went missing, even the kids ran up to Candace and said, Mom, Jodi Sue's right. It's dogs. That's what she said. Came right out of her own mouth. So she's seen Summer that day? Or no? So that's what she says.
It's a very good point.
But unless you get it when she says it, you're going to be looking for it forever. Do you know what I mean?
Right. You may never find it.
I have it because I went over it and talked about it. But these are the things that you just kind of can't shake because there's too many lies going on.
Yeah, they're all meshed together and contradicting each other. And meanwhile, she's an active, real time, hustle trying to make it all make sense.
She's active real time hustle, but we're cutting through all her fucking fat. Do you know what I mean?
All of it. Yes.
And it's not going to work out for her. It's just not.
No.
It's just not.
She's added in this mysterious power couple who's a super local. And
with a beautiful dog, never touched dirt.
Never touched dirt. And so then you start to ask yourself, I think I know.
That's how she compares herself to others by her dog, I guess.
And a child bride.
And a child. Yeah. She's trying to send people. I feel like she's trying to send people on a goose chase to start looking for someone that doesn't exist.
She wants people to stop talking about the red Toyota Tacoma with the ladder rack and the white buckets in the back.
How many people other than the Wells have said that they know that there was a ladder rack on that vehicle at some point?
I've never heard anybody else say that.
Me either.
But when Candace said it, she had a lot of emotion in her voice that I like. Benny, you spoke with Candace a lot. So did you hear that clip? Did you listen to it?
I cannot remember, to be completely honest with you. I'd love to hear it again if it was available.
Hold on.
I only know that the contention is that there was a ladder rack on the Brown vehicle through you guys. That's the only way I know it.
All right. So let me send this to you. I think that the way that she says it, and it's just you can play it right through. It's only like a still shot, the photo anyway. But it's Candace talking to Don about helping Jodi move and how Jodi's mom showed up.
Let me grab my iPad real quick.
Okay.
My phone died.
Thought TBI said what? Piper. Honey, you did too, yeah. Jenny, do you know someone saying, didn't Fred say something about a ladder rack? I don't know if he did.
Fred?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't remember him talking about a ladder rack, I don't think. I also don't think I've listened to everything Fred has said either. So to be fair, I don't know if he did or not. I forgot I don't listen to them all. Because there's a lot of Fred stuff over at Ziggy's.
Yeah. I mean, I listened through the first time,
Yeah.
but I haven't listened in a while other than when you were listening to another night.
Okay. Let me pull up.
Candace said, so Wohall, Candace said that Jodi Sue's mom had a ladder rack in the back of her truck and that she had made a strange remark to Candace saying, oh, it's real weird that, they still haven't found that red Toyota Tacoma. And Candace said, why would she say that? And Dom was like, well, why wouldn't she say that? Candace was like,
eyewitness. The red pickup truck, do we know who saw that or no?
It was an eyewitness account.
Eyewitness account.
There's no picture.
But they never gave any, they didn't come out.
And have police ever said that it could be a Tacoma or a similar like vehicle?
Yeah.
So it could be a similar.
Yeah, pretty sure.
Cool.
Hi.
You know, I never thought about that until just now.
What's up?
The day that we were over there helping Jodi move her stuff out, her mom showed up.
Yeah.
And she goes, it's pretty odd that truck ain't been found yet.
No.
Why would she say that?
Why wouldn't she say that?
It is odd that.
Because she owns a red truck, baby. And at one time it did have a ladder rack on it. That's why I said that.
Well, maybe that's the truck they seen.
Who's that?
Jodi, so she told me earlier, so Jodi's mother owns a red truck.
Okay.
And Jodi's the neighbor from 125 who's disappeared.
Okay.
So, but she's also the one who, when I ran her background check today.
Whoa. The neighbor from 125 that's disappeared? Did you hear that?
yeah, because this was back November 6th. Jodi had taken off.
Let's see.
Jodi, so she told me earlier, so Jodi's mother owns a red truck.
Okay.
And Jodi's the neighbor from 125 who's disappeared.
Okay.
So, but she's also the one who, when I ran her background check today, is listed on two of her mom's properties.
Disappeared.
How could she disappear if Don and Candace helped her move?
Jenny, do you have a commentary on that? Who is that we're listening to talk? Tiffany, can you?
That is Nerdy Addict and the girl. I don't know what her name is. I apologize.
His ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
Nerdy Addict's ex-girlfriend.
Okay. I don't know what her name is.
I can't remember her name. Yeah, I can't remember.
I mean, do we have any corroboration of the ladder rack?
No.
No.
We don't. And I know that Candace was angry at Love at the time, too. I mean, that's when she walked the timeline back to 4:30.
She walked the timeline back to 4:30, in my opinion, because she agreed. Like, I just was curious to see if she would take it back that far.
I know, yeah.
And she didn't have any problem walking that back with me. Now, at the same time, got to give her the real estate. She was intoxicated, right? I didn't know, but that was also the same night that she was hiding the alcohol inside of the paper towel, right? Same night. So did she walk it back because she was intoxicated and talking with her friend and maybe really didn't realize what she had done? Or do you think she understood what she had done when she said it? Because I honestly don't know.
I thought, in all fairness, I thought she was drunk. She didn't give a shit.
Drunk and didn't give a shit. What do you think, Tiffany?
I think that I hear more emotion in Candace's voice when she's trying to get Don to listen to her about this. I think it's the most emotion I've ever heard her have about anything. She never has emotion about Summer. And it's one of, two things that even stands out in my mind. Candace has only ever shown emotion like once. Like true emotion that she cannot control. And I could hear in her voice, like she's trying to get Don to listen to her. So it's not just she's talking to people she doesn't know. And Don's like,
mafia stuff.
dismissing it, huh?
The cornbread mafia moment.
Oh yeah, when her
Yeah, that's
face
like,
went like totally sideways. Yeah,
But see, that was, I don't think that was for Cornbread Mafia, you guys.
no, I
And I
don't
know
either. I
people
just
think
label it as
that.
at that moment.
Yeah,
The
I
moment.
think she just wanted to get the hell out of there. It just happened to hit at that moment.
Yeah, and
Well,
Because he was like, they're trying to help us find Summer. And she's like, it's not helping me.
I feel like
no, that was horrible. Ugh.
such a ruthless statement.
Gross.
I feel like when you're looking for examples of behaviors that you can create the baseline, right? So you're like, when do we think we've actually seen Candace cry legitimately? And I want to say that could be a baseline. That was
So,
probably what she actually looks like when she's very emotional.
yeah,
So not to say that other times we've seen her, she wasn't legitimately emotional, but we do know that Phil seemingly is a legitimately emotional moment.
yeah.
Capturing that baseline from there.
Well, from there to what I'm hearing is obviously not extreme, but like I said,
Agreeable.
I hear genuine concern in her voice when speaking about the red truck and Jodi's mom, things that Jodi's mom had said to her that made her feel a certain way. Like, yeah, I think that it's one of the very few times that I will pay attention and like listen to what Candace is really saying, because I think that those are very rare occurrences for her.
I agree. Very rare. I think she likes to relay to us or try to relay to us. She's to convince us, that's the word, that she's been emotional in other times, but I think that we've also seen times where we probably expected emotion from Candace, but didn't really receive, that emotion. You didn't hit the way you thought it was supposed to. Then, and that, that's based upon your individual expectation and opinion. But I do believe there's widely points where you're like, when you think back and look back, you're like, yeah, I would expect a parent to probably show some, some emotion right there. And you didn't see it in key points, I thought. But you guys care to watch a little more of this?
Sure.
All right.
I'm going to smoke a cigarette real quick, if that's okay. I'm just going to walk away for a minute.
Sure.
Oh, man, now I'm rolling.
Oh, why that sound? Why? Because that's what I did. Here, I'm like, no. It had to be this, and I had to try and find a reason for that. But they're all fucking wrong. But what if you hadn't? What if you just run? And no matter how bad your body felt,
Jenny, what was the run going to even do?
just gotta.
Like it's really built. It's built up an extra level of theatrics with this run, right? So what? Now you've got two seemingly brand new pieces of information. You've got this. You've got a scenario with two blue cars, power couple, younger wife, fluffy dog. Then you've got this scenario where she seems to be, in my opinion, and correct me if I'm looking at this whole thing wrong, it's almost like she's painting a picture right now that she's looking at a scenario but is now regretful she didn't run in to save the little girl. Like what is that what you're kind of getting to, or no?
Well, I kind of, but she has this complex where she feels like she's always the hero kind of thing, and I feel like
The hero
she's
syndrome.
made this up. I think she's made this up in her mind that she, uh, if she had just done this, if she had just looked to the right, or you know what I mean, she could have saved Summer, you know. But in fact, she probably, she likely had something to do with it.
Do you? I agree. Allegedly, do you believe that she is so incapable of thinking two steps past one of her own statements? Like, she has to understand that when she says, "I should have just ran," that a whole bunch of us are going to sit here and hear her say that and immediately say, "Ran to what? Run to what? What did you see that you're regretful that you're so, now listen, I wished I would have done things in life too, but I'm not going to sit here and cry about them.
Right.
This one here, this one here, he's crying about. I'm pulling the deets. This one here,
Oh,
she's
Libby, yeah,
she's crying about what she didn't do.
yeah,
That is a very real possibility that what she's crying about that she said she didn't do actually never even happened.
right, yeah. But Kiko believes she's really crying. That's possible. I just,
Correct.
it doesn't. In my opinion, that is manufactured. It's manufactured nightly on these lives.
I mean,
That she
because
does it. Yeah, she could, like, wants to cry, or she's, oh, and I just don't.
in the timeline, you've got to ask yourself. I mean, the run, it's cute. I hate that you're regretful, but where does it fit down to this? Where does your wishing to have ran? Where would that fit in?
Well,
Now,
I think
I
she
get it.
wants she
Somewhere in here,
wants she wants her chat to believe that she should have run from from Andy earlier. She should have just taken off and run. She's mentioned that before. Now that could be what she's talking about as well.
well, I mean, that's what she
Because
will come
as
back
if
and say.
no, she just take off. She's talked about running. Her and Rue just taking off and running before, and it was a concern that she was going to do that.
I mean, this is actual verbal salad right here. A lot of the other shit, I think that, I know I've labeled shit verbal salad, and it actually wasn't verbal salad. Like, maybe it was light on the salad, but like, this shit is true verbal salad. You're like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Because
Have you?
like even if she would have ran down the hill, like, what is she like to run and be regretful that you didn't run? Also, when you further deduce it, it could suggest that she knows when the child went missing? Question mark? Like no one knows at any point in the day when the girl actually went missing. It's suggestible that it's after they got back from Kingsport and all the bullshit, right? It's suggestible that it's in the 3 to even 6 o'clock hour. I don't know. Hell, but
Yeah, no,
right,
it is.
all the way to, I mean, because you got the first call at 6:23, right? So if you've got the first call to Ellie at 6:23, the dispatch says mom went for a walk, came back, they've been screaming for 10 minutes, can't find her. A 10-minute walk, 10-minute look, it's whatever you're calling it, right? So it could have been anywhere from, I mean, hell, lunchtime to 6 p.m. But for her to be regretful and crying about not running, like, even if she ran, it doesn't intercept, seemingly doesn't intercept anything. Okay.
Right.
Now, if something happened between 6 p.m. and 6:10, now 6:10, then I get it. A run would have meant something. But if you're just saying that you could have gotten to the bottom, and I mean, what all the 6:08 to 6:10, all it suggests is that window of time where they have that chance meeting, right? And she said it before. I'd give anything just to know what Dawn was saying when she was coming down the hill. All that
Yeah,
BS.
yeah, all of that's a mess.
But this crap right here is not. It doesn't. it's suggestible of nothing, actually, because even if she ran, it would have had to have been, in my opinion, between the 6 o'clock minute hour and 6:09, 6:10.
Okay, so here are the possibilities at this point. She could mean run as in physically run, which I don't think is an option.
She did say, I mean, later on, she goes on to say, even though my body, like she is suggesting that she runs with her body.
Yeah, I don't think, whatever. Maybe.
I think she could be saying that she wishes that she would have ran when she heard the scream, because if we put it into context and put what she was talking about before, it runs like kind of connected, which isn't usually how Jodi Sue works. But if you play it all, like from, it was probably a couple seconds, if you play it from where she began to where we're at right now, maybe do that and we can get a better idea of what she's trying to talk about. She's wanted to run
it back a little.
Yeah, like maybe 2 minutes or something.
How far? 2 minutes?
Maybe not even.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's the physically run, there's the run like a drug run, and there's the run like take off and leave, right? Like in a vehicle or airplane. So yeah.
Gotcha.
Those are possibilities, I guess.
Oh,
I don't think I went back hardly any. Let me go back a little more.
Say things like, well, no matter how this ends, because man, there's no true end.
Well, no, that's not entirely true, right? Because you said this won't end. What she said? It'll end what? Over her dead body or some shit like that?
Oh, she said that multiple times. She's also said multiple times, the only way it ends is with me dead.
Correct.
She said that multiple times. And that's in the Discord.
It's in the Discord.
Oh, wait, Fizzle has a question she wants. So she just said, if you saw the look on CW's face, you'd believe her until she flipped on them. Yeah, that's true too.
Because by saying that, it separates, because you're talking about a real little girl named Summer, and she's really missing. And no matter what end, it can't be good. And you really know her, and you really worry, and you really tormented and fucking haunted, and what if yourself to death every fucking day.
You were a mandated reporter, so you probably should be what if'd.
What if I had gotten out there sooner? What if I had run like I wanted to? What if I didn't stand there and try to talk myself out?
There you go.
There you go.
She's talking about running to the screen, like Tiffany said.
Yeah.
What if you would have called the CPS or the police when Andy took the alleged sedatives over there, Jodi? What if?
Well, what if you hadn't taken the sedatives over there, Loaf?
What if?
What about that?
Absolutely. If you wouldn't have took them over there, Jodi. Yeah, right.
Can I just say really quick too, she talks about Summer being a real little girl. Does she think that we've all just been sitting around talking about a fake child all this time? Because I know a hell of a lot of people have put their heart and soul into Summer, Moon, Utah Wells, and we all love her, whether we knew her or not. I don't think Jodi gets that. I understand what she's saying, but for anybody, especially Jodi Sue, who has literally taken Summer's name and put a stain on it, in my opinion, she has some nerve to sit up here and talk about Summer being a real little girl, because I hear a whole lot of Jodi Sue, Jodi Sue, Jodi Sue, and not enough Summer Wells.
Well, Tiffany, I think that I've always felt like she does that because she's trying to convince herself of it. Because it's like she goes, call her by her name, and
make her
she
human.
just ruins that.
What?
Yeah, but she ruins call her by her name by calling her instead of Summer.
You should
She's
say
like,
call
call
Summer by her
Summer
name.
her name.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like she doesn't get it.
Yeah, she's a
She
blunderer.
doesn't. And she doesn't have anything to tell us about Summer.
She never has.
She sent her
She
actual
thought
question.
Summer was 4.
Right.
Penny sent you something in
So did
Discord.
Don, though.
Oh, okay. Penny said, my question was, why did she say getting me or not? After she already knew something was wrong. Plausible deniability, in my opinion.
Hold on.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Getting me or not yet.
Right here, for those who don't know, it was at the 6:02 timestamp that she asked the question, getting me or not, and he at the same time replied at 6:02, want me to.
Yeah. He had said about to leave, what am I doing? Now, just to take it for whatever it is, but the what am I doing was, am I coming to get you, or am I going to get food and bringing it to you and then we'll
Correct.
back out?
Correct.
Because those were the two patterns.
But either way, they were going back out for her to do her YouTubing, right?
Yeah, always.
Or I mean, her Facebooking. I apologize. Yeah.
Yeah. Her lies.
Her lies.
It's alive.
It should just remove the V. Her lies.
It's a lie. That's an intro right there. It's a lie. Where that needs.
It had to be this in your head. You're trying to find a reason for that. You know they're all fucking wrong.
I agree, Fizzle. She knew something was wrong. Why even ask?
But if you just run, no matter how bad your body felt it.
There, she said it. No matter how bad your body felt it.
Yeah, and that's crazy. I mean, come on.
So
she didn't do anything when the scream happened. They sat there and went, oh, was that a kid? Was that this? Oh, it sounded this way, and it looked like a shape, and that's what they did. Nobody was trying to run.
Yeah, maybe it was a cow from 3/4 of a mile away.
Yeah.
It could have been that, too.
I think it was an animal. No, it was animalistic. It was shrill. It was the kids. I mean,
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're exactly right. I mean, she thinks it's maybe a cow from across the street. It's not an animal, though, right? Like, she thinks it could be the cow from across the street, but it's not an animal. Cow's an animal. He says it's an animal, and it's coming from at the bottom of the hill, but it's the kids. That's exactly what they said, Jenny.
Yep. Well, Ruth thought it was the kids.
Fuck me.
Like playing.
It's shrill, but it's animalistic, but it's also the kids. How, were you saying the kids are feral, or what is it?
Well, see, that's what happens when your mom tells you that you just heard something, right?
For sure.
And tells you, oh, was it the kids? Did it sound? And so one of them goes, oh, it sounded like the kids in my head. And they said, it sounds kind of like an animal, a little shrill. So the other one, that's what it sounded like in his head. Right? Absolutely. And then, do you see what I'm saying? So the kids, like, it's not that they're not lying, I don't think. I think that the kids are really, this woman is a nut.
I agree.
An absolute nut.
Absolute. She always feels like a nut.
Would you have seen the vehicle in person?
Now, let's keep it real. She said, what if she'd have ran, she might have seen the vehicle or the person.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile,
she had cameras, right?
Well, she had cameras, but meanwhile, Sheriff Lawson says it's a very real possibility that she became lost in the mountainous terrain surrounding her home.
Yep.
Why do these people keep saying it's anything different than what he says?
I know, because the scream could have been her falling into a hole.
Could have been. But all of a sudden now she's putting a vehicle and a person there on the scene too, right?
Yeah, because she heard that circle slam down there.
Whoa, Hall, thank you for your upgraded membership this morning, baby. You know me, the word to me, baby. You're, you're exactly right. The scream could have been the accident. Some people say could have happened. She's
Right.
automatically making it an abduction. I mean, there is no. Has she ever said that this could have been an accident?
No, because she didn't just wander off into the woods like Winnie the fucking Pooh.
So pretty much always ruled out the fact that it was never an accident. It always had to have been someone else. This
Yep.
is the piggyback on that. Really, I mean, she's saying right now. She's saying, I mean, you could stretch it to also say she's admitting. I mean, she knows it's a damn abduction. If she ran, she would have seen the person and maybe the car, maybe the person, maybe the car. But she would have had to have run to seen that. I mean, the whole thing only was ever an abduction anyways because of this alleged scream, right? Once you remove the scream, it could be any number of other things.
Mm-hmm.
The scream makes it an abduction because Don went on to elaborate about the scream, and correct me if I'm wrong. He elaborated about the scream, and the scream, it ended up being a scream that was muffled, like someone had a hand over her mouth. Now, if you remove the scream, then you remove the ideal that Don has in his head that it's muffled and someone has its hand over her mouth. Like, you remove all of that, and then it could actually still be what Sheriff Lawson says, and that's the very real possibility. She wandered away from her home and became lost in a mountainous terrain surrounding her home. And that's verbatim. But it is the scream that makes it something nefarious. And like you said, it is a fucking excellent point. The scream, in a domestic situation, the scream probably is an accident before it is ever an abduction. You know what I'm saying? Like, abduction, when you hear a scream in a home, it is probably not in the top 5. It's probably way down the list.
Can I
Right?
throw something in here in just a second? Because do you remember when Candace Harrer put in that text message that Candace let out a historical scream, which was supposed to say hysterical?
Yeah.
That was put out very, very early on. I think it was like day 4.
Now, and this is the interesting thing, though. When you hear, so they identified the scream as a child at the bottom of the Wells driveway.
Right.
If she let out a hysterical scream, doesn't it stand to reason that the stool would have said she heard 2 screams?
Well, I don't know if she didn't know what she was hearing, but no, because she only heard 1. She didn't hear 2, so she can't just add an extra one in. But she could have seen.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. You have it. I'm sorry.
She could have seen what Candace Harrer wrote and maybe just gone off that. That's all.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. That is a very real plausibility. Do you have a commentary on that, Jenny? Are you muted?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was trying to smoke. I don't really reckon. Tiffany made me want to smoke.
Oops, sorry. I'm so bad about that.
No. That was one point I wanted to make too. She had a vape last night, right? I guess because there's not a 20-year-old there to buy cigarettes for her anymore.
Wow.
But she had a vape last night, and I see her smoking again tonight. So that's interesting. But as far as the scream, I agree with you. If it were real, if what she was saying was real, she should have heard 2 screams.
Well, she should have.
Correct. She should have heard 2 screams.
Yeah, but she did not.
No, she did not. She never explained 2 screams because they had essentially identified the one scream as being a kid, correct? So if you hear that scream, and then you have hair describing another scream, I'll tell you this. I would say, well, I don't know, it could be just about halfway, but from where they were positioned, being Brown and her children, was the scream closer to Jodi or was it closer to the house? I'm guessing it's closer to the house. You're knowing that when Candace screams, it's definitely closer to the house, if there was a scream. So really what you're juggling here is two alleged screams. If you heard any of them, you should have heard both. But probably no one heard none, because guess what? Stool didn't hear Candace scream, and Candace didn't hear her own child allegedly scream. No one heard either scream. Right? So that, acoustically, it's a nightmare, right? Because you've had this one here go all the way into the acoustics of that whole holler and the entry, the entrance of the holler, and the way things even reverberate from across the street, the road, things of that nature. But if you're to believe anyone's statement, let's say you believe all of everyone's statements, yes, there should have been two screams heard. Absolutely. Not only that, we've heard this one say, or we've heard people allude to the fact that whatever may have happened could have potentially been captured on a camera.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially a camera should have captured those screams as well.
So you want to talk about that, Jenny?
Talk about it, baby.
Because at first she said somebody tampered with the cameras, and then someone had taken the cameras, and now she has the cameras.
Correct. And some new cameras. So she has 2 sets of cameras, right? So you definitely, I mean, today, right now, this broad's involved in something, allegedly. I used to think that this behavior could be a cover-up for something nefarious, like, you know, drug underworld stuff or black market stuff. It's more than that. This is like someone, I mean, I would assume this is what the desperation looks like to try to change. She's trying to rewrite history, right? They say that the easiest way to rewrite history is to write a book. Well, this one hasn't written a book, but it's kind of a...
Let me tell you in a way that Jodi Sue may understand. She's trying to retcon history.
She's trying to what again? I'm sorry?
Retcon history.
Oh, yeah.
She's been accused of that previously, so.
And then, you know, who is she trying to reset it for? Right? Like, is she trying to reset it for, you know, me that lives in Texas and Tiffany that lives on the East Coast and you that lives in the South? Or is she trying to reset it for who she thinks may be potential jurors watching?
For herself. It's for herself.
Probably.
As long as she can convince people in her reach of what she wants. I mean, that clearly seems to be the case, because then she tries to isolate those people immediately.
Absolutely.
Right? If you watch her chat, the people in her chat, they don't even watch anybody else anymore.
No, you're right.
They only watch her. She's made them feel that that's what they have to do. Right? Now, I'm not saying it's not their fault. There are really some dum-dums in there. But she's made it to where that gaslighting and the just, what do you call, grooming that she does. They feel like they're being a traitor if they're not only there for her and always there for her.
Yeah, I mean, and she's, you know, to me, I've never looked up the definition of grooming, but if someone were to ask me without looking it up, it would be to always seemingly be pressing the limits on what is acceptable to see if the next extreme is acceptable. And I think you can clearly see her testing the waters with, not only with with her chat, but with the community at large. She is
Oh,
always
Benny,
testing the water.
when she lost her mind that night, the night that Tiffany was like, okay, I see who you are, that
Yes.
night, she skipped so many rungs on that ladder because she lost her mind. Right? She was doing that. She was
Jodi was on
pushing
one
out.
part. She started at one spot and she ended at the other. She skipped all of them, all the way.
She like, have you ever seen Christmas Vacation when he's putting the light, he's on the ladder and he falls, he just goes straight down the ladder. Blah, blah, blah. That's what she did. Straight down.
Yeah.
And
But
she, you do you think she just doesn't care that we see these blunders, or does she just
No,
ignore
she cares.
She cares.
cares. I think so.
She cares a lot.
I think she does. She spends so much time. And that's what I find to be so interesting is when she listens to everything and, she'll go back and she'll pick out the pieces that stand out to her the most. And those are the things that she'll focus on. Usually it's the same things over and over and over again. But every now and again, she'll speak from her subconscious, right? The words that she says are, it almost doesn't matter. She's telling her story again, but she adds to it, takes away from it multiple times over and over again. It's a nonstop cycle she goes through. So, I mean, truly, it's the definition of insanity is listening to Jodi. And I've never seen it. First time I've ever witnessed such a, I think she's a whole case study. But
I mean, like Tiffany is different. Like the way that you were before, you weren't listening to her all the time. You weren't listening to her whole life, right? You were just kind of like, oh yeah. I mean, I feel like she cares about Summer. She's the only person.
There was I stopped listening to her too for about like 3 or 4 months. I don't know what I was doing, but I was totally distracted. And
so it's easy for her to fool people with that.
Oh yeah.
Right? Because you're not there all the time and she can just go, that's not what I said. I said blah, blah, blah. Just like she tried to do you.
She's ever said to me. Look, I mean, so she
listen, possibly.
She's still talking about the same damn thing. We're going into fall, okay, for the second time, and she's still doing the same thing. So there's a reason she's doing it. But whatever that is, it's not about Summer, and I don't even think why would you stay on the internet to prove yourself to everybody when you came here for not yourself, allegedly. It was supposed to be for Summer. Well, if you're not talking about Summer, why even stay to refute anything any of us say?
Right. Fizzle, may I read an excerpt? I just read this earlier today in the old Discord where Penny is telling her that a lot of people want to help her, right? And they're offering to help her. And she goes, I wish I could accept. It would truly mean that we'd have a way to get away from here and never have to look back and be safe. But I can't. It would help the world try to discredit the kids and I and eat us. And I would be no better than the other people using Summer to make money that I hate so much. I just want Summer to not be forgotten and to keep her name and story out there so that she may be found. Thank you for the offer and so much kindness. It has me crying. It makes me feel a little better about the world tonight. And then Penny's trying to talk her into, hey, we can help you. People don't have to know that we're helping you, not in a terrible way, but you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to tell people how much you've been helped or whatever. And she talks about Voldemort for a little bit. And then, this is within 10 minutes of what she's just said about wishing she could accept, right? And she says, I have been thinking of Fitz, though they will mean I sacrifice myself. but maybe keep my kids safe and help Summer and open eyes. Maybe keep Voldemort from killing buildings full of people or this new source, even though I firmly believe she too is a flavor of some type of narcissistic crazy too. So from the get go, this whole like, no, the money should all go to Summer is because she's playing the long game, guys. This is what she wanted from the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to take a moment to introduce anyone that doesn't know to Summer Wells. She was last seen in Rogersville, Tennessee on June 15th, 2021. She was age 5, height 3 foot, weight 40 pounds. She's had a birthday since then. There is no reward available at this time. Other than the $10,000 I would be willing to put up for information that led to her whereabouts. I know it's not a lot, but I guarantee it. If you have any information leading to the whereabouts of Summer Wells, please call 1-800-TBI-FIND or email your tips to tips2tbi@tn.gov. Again, that's tips2tbi@tn.gov or 1-800-TBI-FIND. So there's that.
What if, you know? And then it would have saved her whatever torment she is going through. Or whatever she's still going through.
Whatever she's still going through. It's like hopeful but tragic at the same time, isn't it? This is a lot. What is she doing right here, do you think? What would you call this?
Well, she always has a part of her night, a part of her life that she does the sympathy ploy. And sometimes it's about her health, and sometimes it's about Summer, but it's way more often about her health, her DV, her situation in some way. Um, it's rarely about Summer.
It's a
And
sympathy grab, essentially.
what meaning? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, it's a sympathy grab?
Yes, yeah. I mean, she does that every single night. She has patterns. Like, I've mapped a bunch of it. I can actually probably to the point where we could put it out. At this point, I do want to understand all the characters though before we do that.
You've been mapping her emotions, even actually?
I'm mapping her technique.
Nice. Almost building an algorithm of her.
An algorithm.
Man.
That's another thing too. She does not understand how to use the term algorithm. Like she doesn't get it. The algorithm isn't doing anything to her, and nothing gets pushed in to an algorithm. Everything goes through the algorithm. An algorithm is a set of steps, guys. That's it. It's a set of steps.
I sure appreciate you becoming a member this evening, or this morning rather. It sure means the world to us. It's members like you that keep this thing moving round and round.
It means wow to them.
It means the world to us, baby.
And then no matter what happens, you know that you'll live with that until the day you die. What if? What if?
She's got the snot, so it seems to be a real cry. Would you agree?
Okay.
Okay. Lily Rochelle, thank you so much for your fucking contribution this morning. Queen, you know the fucking word. I would have to say, if I believe what some of the very intelligent guys at the behavioral situation, they say
They say when it's true crying, there will be mucus involved, not just tears. So you could manipulate tears, but maybe not get the mucus. She seems to have met the criteria for a legitimate cry, in my opinion.
Vinny, you're right though, because she's talking about herself.
Right.
She probably is crying. It's
Probably,
poor
yeah.
her.
Yes. Yep. You're right.
She's haunted. It's not poor Summer.
Not.
I think it would be easy to cry if you were Jodi. Do you know what I mean? Jodi cries a lot on YouTube. That is something I've noticed. She cries a lot on YouTube. I don't cry on YouTube. Like, she actually lets people see her cry. It's very strange. No, but Benny, this is different. This is like, I've gotten emotional and stuff, but like, she'll straight up sit in front of the camera just to cry to people. And like, it's really, really abusive what she does to her viewers. But yeah, it's bad.
Bridget, see, I think feasibly you could, in a realm you could be correct. I think another way to deduce this is that you could be looking at some sort of misdirected grief, a misdirected remorse, right? Like she may want to make it seem a certain way, but if she can get a good cry for the wrong reason and no one's the wiser, then it's a win, right? I could see how maybe that would also be a thing. Hey, Jodi Sue, say Summer's name. Call her by her name. Her name is Summer. Call Summer by her name, Jodi.
Or show her picture.
Or show her picture, Jodi.
Or put the number up. Or just stop telling everyone else to do it and then not do it yourself.
Right. It's cool when they do it, but it's a fucking problem when I do it, right? That kind of shit.
Oh God, there's that look. She's looking at the door. The slider.
It's a red truck.
Oh my God.
But see how she gets it mixed up, because she could call that sweatshirt red and black. So I guess when it's
red shirt.
Yeah,
like that dress.
When it suits her, that bitch is golly.
What was that dress? The dress was like white or blue or whatever. People are like, it's blue. No, it's white.
Yes. No, it was purple and gold is what it was.
Oh, yeah. Okay, there you go.
Some people saw gold. I don't know how the hell I saw purple. So
it's a triangle. No, it's a circle. It's a house.
Remorse is a better word for her. Oh, morose is a better. I think she's screwed.
I agree with Carol G. She said, I don't believe this beast can cry for anybody but herself. Agree.
I absolutely agree. And I believe, in all fairness, I believe Candace is in the same boat.
Absolutely. You know what? Looking beyond, just hit that nail right on the head. They said Summer's been buying Jodi's cigarettes all this time.
Yeah.
Fucking A. That is up to this
cigarettes and Starbucks.
That's the comment of the night right there. Summer's been buying Jodi's cigarettes all this time. Fucking right. Perfect.
Bill said, but what do those colors sound like, though? It sounds like a transmission slipping as it comes up the driveway. Like Tiffany and Betty are getting more tired, and I'm getting more punchy.
It's just actually the time I was like, holy crap, I really actually need to go. How long are you going to stay alive for?
Probably not too much longer. I done smoked like 2 blunts today. I mean, since this shit. So
there's not enough weed, all right, to deal with Jodi Sue, but I always say that.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, Fizzle said Dr. Martin said Jodi and Candace are like the same, and Candace can turn on the tears. She also said that they could be lovers.
You know what? They really do seem so much alike. I've thought about that.
She sounds like Traction Control. Nice.
Yeah, I think Candace hides her what she's smart at a lot better than Loaf does. Loaf can't stand wants people to think she's smarter than she is, but
That's
Candace
right.
wants people to think she's dumber than she is because it's easier
I
that way.
agree.
People think you're dumb.
It's an interesting dynamic, and you would think at some point Candace and Jodi would have met in the middle, because here you got Jodi trying to act smarter than she actually is, and then you got Candace trying to act dumber than she actually is. So you think at some point they would have collided in the middle, and they're seen each other on the way up and the way down, and fucking, I don't know. It is fucking strange. But
Well, what you end up with is Jodi Sue running Candace, right? And Candace really running Jodi Sue without Jodi Sue knowing she is.
correct.
That's how
Oh,
that
I
works.
agree with you, Jenny.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly as well. Did you say you had to go, Tiffany?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Thanks for having me. Anytime. Okay.
Thank you. I'll text you a little bit later on or tomorrow.
Okay, Benny. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye, Tiffany. She didn't tell me bye. She didn't even tell me bye. She must be really tired.
Hate to see her go. She really brings, like, I've come to rely on her knowledge when Jenny is busy with her real life or with work or whatever. And
we all have different knowledge. That's the good thing, is everybody
it is. It
has
really
different
is.
knowledge and different takes on stuff. I love it.
Do you think you'll talk to Don once he's out? I think that at the very least, to call myself a man, I think I would have to have at least one more conversation with Don. I mean, just to be completely honest, I do feel like I've said some things in his stead while he's been away. I've said some things about him and about his wife that were my opinions. Some were based in fact, and I would expect that if a man wanted to speak to another man about maybe something he said about his wife, like, to be respectful, you got to give that man that opportunity. And I would give that to him. Good night, Piper. Tiffany. She was saying good night to Piper. Good night. Sleep well.
Good night, Tiffany Marie.
That's my opinion.
Night, Tiffany Marie. I'm sorry.
I don't think Don was never so interwoven in the fabric of YouTube that he lost what it was that still made a man, right? So I believe he would. And if he wanted to speak with me about, dynamics that happened while he was away, I certainly would allot him. I would allot him that time. But am I like looking for? Am I looking for a friendship with Don or a constituency of any sort? No, I don't. There's too many things that were morally and ethically on the other ends of spectrums, and I just it was so much more than just trying to plight for innocence before guilt, right? You can do that, right? It's expected, but it can only go so far. When people are behaving a certain way, man, like you got to give them what they ask for. And this it ended up being one of those, to me anyways. But yes, to answer the question, I would. I think that part of that prerequisite, though, for me would be that that I spoke with Don and Don only. He can speak with his wife. That's his wife. I don't wish to have any further contact with his wife. So, that's that. So, Jenny, let me ask you: do you have any motivation to speak to Mr. Wells?
I don't. If he wanted to talk, I would probably not want to speak with him alone. But if he wanted to, to get his side of stuff, like if he wanted to add information to the data banks, you know what I mean? Like his part of it, I'm totally open to that. And I don't know if I think I've told you this before. I don't believe that Don, I don't think Don knows anything at this point. I'll be completely honest. I really don't.
Zero, nilch, nada, nothing.
He may suspect, but I've been through this over and over, and I mean, I know that he can con. I know he has that ability, and I'm kind of naive about stuff. But personally, I don't think that he knows anything, and that's just me. I mean, I could be totally wrong.
There's there's days when I believe that, and then there's days when there were days when I could have full knowledge of the things Don was doing that were not righteous in any facet at all.
Sure.
And he could do it repeatedly and get away with it with no trouble. Not from probation, not from the police, not from nobody. So, I don't know. It's hard to try to, reduce it all out. But
yeah, if you ask me tomorrow, it may be different. But I've been kind of stuck there. But it might be because he's in jail, Benny. But I've been stuck there for a while where I don't feel like he really knows.
I want to say he doesn't know, and let me be completely honest. I want to say that Candace doesn't know as well. Like you never, even though the stats tell you what you should be expecting, which is familial, right? It's telling you that every time, just about. Right? Not an all or nothing, but in the high 90s some years, right? So looking at that census of abduction, knowing that the familial aspect is the dominant genre of missing child. With that being said, you never want to call a mom or a dad the person, right? Like I don't want to call Don, and you don't want to call anybody, but clearly someone. I would say at this point, I don't know as much as Jodi and as Don and Candace. They seem to think someone's involved, so I believe them. Right? I don't really subscribe to the she wandered away thing anymore. Do you? I don't think
it's totally possible, right? Because I don't.
Why the lies then?
They missed a car in 14 feet of water.
I agree. But you've got. There is no but you guys. I agree. They miss things all the time.
Yeah, that's the only. Yeah, that's my only issue with saying, and I think that's why they won't rule anything out. But I will say that the card team from the FBI, the TBI, and all of these specialists who've spoken to all of these people, right? They can't clear them.
Correct. You have federal authorities that can't clear these people.
And that starts with, again, they call the scream unfounded. That's a big deal. That's not just Ronnie Lawson saying that.
No, you're right.
It's all of the agencies, but you can't clear anybody else until you clear the parents. So that's a problem.
I mean, I think when it comes to neighbors organically, like neighbors organically, if they have the story that she's allegedly has and can stick to it, should be pretty easy to clear that kind of neighbor. But you've got something. I would say there's clearly something we don't know. I think we've all probably, for the most part, agreed on that dynamic a long time ago that there has to be something that ties all these people together that they can't eliminate any of them. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, something's done. And I don't know if and I think it's really dirty if this is the case, but maybe they're doing that because they don't want to tip their hand.
Maybe so. I mean, and if that's the case, then Hawkins County, the TBI, and to an extent, the FBI has allowed Andy and Jodi and Booger and Chattanooga. It's offered a place and time for a lot of these people to be slandered and defamed.
And Jackie Dobbs and Shurfy and all these people that everybody's pointing fingers at all the time. Frank White, even though he's done horrible things, it still doesn't mean he took somewhere.
No, and I understand that all people lie, occasionally, some more than others. But you have basically, roughly speaking, just about every participant of this thing that has hit the online platforms has been caught in some level or form of deceit.
Yeah.
And that's something I can't understand. Like, these people cannot tell the same story twice.
Right. But you know now, meaning the same people that you had so much respect for that told you about the snot, right? They believe Candace knows something that she's not telling.
I agree.
Right? And I get that feel from her as well. And it may not be specifically about Summer's disappearance, but there's something that she's not telling. And whatever it is, she needs to just say it and be done with it.
I agree.
So they can move forward.
Thank you for becoming a member this morning, baby.
I
appreciate you. I agree. And I think that there's a lot of people out there that cherry pick from these different platforms that offer knowledge about certain situations that we can see with our eyes, right? Like, and I know I've been one of them, but I believe when it comes to guys like behavioral panel, most of that stuff is spot on, and it's very difficult to cherry pick from those guys. If they say one thing that fits what you believe is going on, but then they may say something else that doesn't necessarily fit, it's those guys are what they do. It's why they're there.
That's why I came back to that when you were talking about that snot, and I was like, "You're right."
Yeah.
Like, she's talking about herself. So yeah, she probably is.
Probably.
Poor me. And then she had just said, Benny, because I remember I said, "Are any of us doing poor me, flip script, and all that kind of stuff?" Because she was like blaming it, saying we were all doing that. And I was like, I haven't seen anybody do that tonight.
No, not one person.
But,
so there again, like, she also has been the prime. She's been the prime specimen that's really taught me about what clinical deflection is, right? Like, when I came to YouTube, I heard that deflection and gaslighting, and I'm like, yeah, these are some like made up words YouTubers use. And then you actually see somebody do it, and you're like, okay, it's real.
But the person you're seeing doing it is doing it while they're virtue signaling.
And doing it well, too. Giving you very good things to look at. Lex Luthor. Yes, I will. I don't even know. Probably some of the old mods. I forgot we're on this other channel. Yes, I will. I'll get it straightened around, Lex. I sure appreciate it. I think this probably is good as time as any for me to stop. I've really gotten to the point where if I go much past 2:00, I'm worthless for like 2 days after.
Yeah. Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for coming up. You and Tiffany. I sure appreciate you coming up. I always know I'm in for a great conversation when you and Tiffany come around. It just is what it is. And
I love it. And we're always in for a great conversation with you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. I still think that there's probably a lot to unpack here, but again, me and Tiffany were talking about it. It's like Jodi being the kind of personality with the kind of psychologics she has. I think she really gets off on telling us lies, and then all of us, expending so much energy to stay involved and cover it, and then being worthless to our families and our mates and our loved ones the next day because we stayed up covering Jodi Sue. We have a Jodi Stool hangover, right? Like, he gets off. You know what I mean? So yeah, like
I work in 6 hours. Yeah,
absolutely. Like, I really have now gotten to a point where, like, I'll be in the thick of Jodi Sue, and if I feel least bit tired, like, I'm finna just lay down. Like, I don't give her that no more. Like, yeah, baby, you can be as dramatic as you want to be from here on out. I'm laying down.
Yeah. I've been doing that. Like, we haven't been covering her like we have. Adrian doesn't even want to cover anymore at all. Right. And I understand that. Absolutely. 100% understand that and support her as far as that's concerned.
Me
So,
too. I still will give it a little. I'm still committed to Summer, and being that I'm committed to the whole.
oh, she's committed to Summer.
Oh yeah, no, no,
I'm
no, no,
sorry, I didn't mean to. Yeah,
no, no,
oh, she's still in the
no,
background working.
no. I
It's
wasn't
just,
trying to insinuate that. I meant that I'm still committed to Summer as well, and for me, like I still haven't reached that place where I'm like, okay, I'm done. Like I've said I have, but then that next thing will happen, and you're like, okay, you got to cover it again. So instead of for me saying I'm not going to cover it no more, I just I leave it. I leave the option open to cover it whenever I want.
yeah,
you know, but I
yeah.
do. I appreciate the fact that Adrian, you and Adrian can make that commitment that you aren't going to cover her anymore, and
Well,
hold up to it.
Adrian, Adrian is making a Crawl Mama, or what it was,
Right.
made that commitment. Gabble Geese has always said they're going to cover an arrest,
That's it. I'm here for
and
it.
maybe a little more, because we still have to get like this last piece out where I like do her timeline of the 15th and bust it or support it, one or the other, and just get it, have it be done. So
One way or the other. Lex, it's like a disclaimer. This live stream is a dramatization. Do not attempt any of these stunts. We are professionals.
Yeah, please don't try this at home.
No, hell no. We have emergency on staff.
Yes.
All right. Well,
Absolutely.
I know it's even later over there where you're at. So
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you.
I'll talk to you here later on today.
Okay, and thank you guys in the chat very much. Have a wonderful night. Bye.
Bye. And then it was just me, Miss Wernos, myself. Paramedics on standby, Lex. That's right. Yeah, they're over there smoking cigarettes and Jodi, waiting for the shit to pop off. That's right. Never be afraid to forgive as much as you can apologize as much as you should. Anyways, with that being said, I sure appreciate all the new members. I'm overwhelmed with the level of dual supporters. Like that's an awesome dynamic. I had initially said like, I don't even feel messed up if you're a member on one channel or a member on no channels. Like I'm overwhelmed by the number of people that thank you for all you do, Deets. Seriously, whether you're a man or a woman, you're still good people for me. I am really overwhelmed by the support. So it is ongoing and continuing. So with that being said, I appreciate all the contributors, new members, dual supporters. I know Wallhall upgraded. Thank you for that. We will catch all of y'all later on this day. It is already 2 a.m. With that being said, I appreciate all of you. Remember, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Lots of new memberships. We had 2 folks that shared 5 memberships. So we had a lot of new members tonight, and that's a beautiful thing. So we will see all of you on the flip side. I appreciate you. Night night.